would call it.
Right.
Have you seen some of the things they're asking for, and does this even make sense? I mean, why are we going through this?
Well, first of all, Republicans are right. It's not propaganda that a big part of what it is that the Democrats are holding out on is this great desire to have health care available for non-citizens.
Mhm.
I think that the Republicans are perfectly fine to draw a line on that. I have been arguing for the Republicans to shut the government down for well over a decade, back into the Obama years. So this is something that needed to happen. And it's not that it necessarily needed to happen strategically. So there's always the argument, oh, well, we're the minority party right now. We can't, we're going to get blamed for it because we've got fewer members in the House or Senate. So the Democrats will label us with that, and it'll hurt us in the next election. I don't think this is a good thing to do strategically. I don't care if it's a good thing to do strategically, is what I should say. Makes no difference to me. It's a good thing to do because we need to understand and see how the American people react to it. This is an experiment with American character. We get to see, as this thing plays out longer and longer, do the American people come around to a position where they say, by God, this was the right thing to do. It was important to draw lines, and I'm glad that we drew this line. And I know people suffered for a while, or employees or whatever, but I'm glad we did it. Or do they sort of just, I don't have to state the converse. The converse is obvious. So I look at this not as any sort of move that's political or strategic. I know that it is. Mm-hmm. I just don't care about that. That's boring. That's the stuff for, people to babble about at the local diner. I find it interesting as an experiment. I think we're testing the American people, and we're kind of seeing how they react. We're poking them with this. See what they do. Let's see. I don't have a prediction, by the way. But I do think it'll be interesting to see long-term how this might play out with the overall public sentiment, which, by the way, will never be unanimous. Nothing in the country will ever be unanimous. But maybe we'll get some sort of solid indication one way or another as to how America handles a little bit of, tough love.
Yeah, and I remember when Speaker Johnson got his, speakership, and you and I kind of had the conversation, is this guy going to be good or bad, or, somewhere in between? And I think so far in the time that he's been speaker, he's done a pretty good job. Would you agree?
No, but that's okay. We're still friends. It's not like we've had some great measure of fiscal austerity or anything else. I mean, the spending bill was another big giant pork bill. I don't know what he's done that's great. But
I don't know about great, but he hasn't sucked. The left has Hakeem Jeffries, for crying out loud. Timu Obama. So he's
right. Well, yeah, I get it. I just may be too, old and ornery. I don't care for the speaker. Just in terms of some of his, I guess I'll say some of his behavioral characteristics, some of the things he says. Put it this way, I wouldn't really care to have a cup of coffee with him. That's for sure. I'd have no interest.
Anyways,
talking.
I was just trying to set up. Sorry, I was just trying to set up a clip here that I was going to play. This is what he just said yesterday from Fox News, by the way.
They would send $500 million to liberal news outlets by refunding the Corporation for Public Broadcasting. It would also restore up to $5 billion of American taxpayer funds for wasteful spending for international projects. Here's a couple of examples. This is in their legislation, their counterproposal on the CR to keep the lights open, this is what they want to do. They want to spend $24.6 million of your hard-earned dollars as a taxpayer for climate resilience in Honduras. They want to spend $13.4 million for civic engagement in Zimbabwe. They want to send $3.9 million for LGBTQI plus democracy grants in the Western Balkans. They want to spend $2.9 million.
Okay, that goes on and on like that for a little bit, but you get the point.
Right,
and I think when people hear that kind of stuff, it's like, what? That's what we're shutting down for? Like, really? This is what's in the way?
Well, yeah, look, in terms of him doing a good job, he did a fine job, reading the stuff off. But I don't think that's terribly complicated. Again, the Republicans, I believe, are very right to force this shutdown. I've been wanting them to do it for a very long time, because what he's talking about inside of that, he's right. These are our tax dollars, our printed money tax dollars, and so on, right? Stealing from future generations, because we're borrowing for all of this, right? So, so politically, he's smart to point it out, but I come back to, it's right to shut the government down, because America needs to start to decide, do we want to go back to a sort of more self-determined, truly, by the way, America first, but more importantly than that, individual first? Do we want to go back to that move back towards in that direction? Or do we want to continue to move in the cradle to grave direction that we've been moving in for so many decades, for 100+ years? And these kinds of moments are a way to get a gauge of public sentiment. So I think the longer it goes, the better. Be happy to see it shut down until the Super Bowl, right? It'd be good. Early February, it's fine with me. Let's give the American people some real austerity out of government, a chance to do a little bit of detoxing from whatever their monthly benefit might have been in whatever form. And let's see how they respond to it. I think it's a good experiment.
And does this end up saving, if we're closed down until February, does that save a bunch of money or no? You know what I'm saying? Like, do we stop the spigot and just stop spending all this money? Because it seems like they're laying everyone off. You know what I mean? So if we can go through February and nobody really notices much and we saved a bunch of money, then at the end of the day, I kind of agree with you, Brent.
Right. Well, and we'll see too. I mean, first of all, we had a court ruling today that made it clear that employees are going to be entitled. They have to have their back pay. By the way, that's probably a good idea on account of it's the law and stuff, right? So that sort of matters, but it took a court to rule on it. We'll see what happens with challenges to layoffs when government funding is reopened, if you will.
Yep.
So much of it, I suppose we'll save a few dollars, but of course, much of it is just going to come flooding out in a chunk once the government does, in fact, reopen. So there'll be a lot of back pay. But at the end of the day, what it doesn't do going forward is really impact materially overall spending versus, expenditures versus receipts. And we still have a massive problem in this country of spending more as a government than we take in. And the solution in my mind is not to take more in. We're overtaxed to begin with. But our appetite for the things that government gives us to this point seems to have been insatiable. And, I give Trump some credit. He's tried in some ways. I don't think necessarily overly significant, but people can only handle so much. He's been trying in some ways to sort of wean us off of dependency. So I think that's good. We'll we'll see where it goes. For all I know, we'll be talking about it next month, in November. By the way, if we do the show, if the next time I'm on is after November 11th, I'll make sure to have my Christmas tree showing in the background because it goes up on Veterans Day every year.
Okay. Well, that's good. You've got some parameters. You don't necessarily put it up in August.
Right. No. Veterans Day is the day.
Yeah, that's a sin to put it up in August. That is a flogging, in my opinion. But anyway, Brent, we're about all out of time. I want to thank you so much for coming on, as always.
I appreciate it. It's great to be here. Thanks for having me. I hope I didn't offend anyone. And if I did, I certainly didn't mean to. Just sharing some thoughts and asking some questions.
And if he really did offend you, you can get him at brent@humanevents.com. Real easy.
There you go.
So,
send me that.
All right. Thanks again so much for coming on. Sorry about doxing you there in the last minute, but it had to be done.
Yeah,
we'll see you next month.
Not a problem. I answer every email.
All right, then, folks, we are going to go to break. We'll be right back with the second hour of the Censorship Sucks Roundtable Radio Show right after this.
You took a big pause, so I already put us on break.
Oh, okay.
All right.
All right.
We're on radio break.
All right.
Hey, thanks again,
Hope
Brent.
that was okay, guys.
Yeah, I'm using Starlink in the trees here. I've got a little more pine trees than it can really handle well, but it seems to be doing okay.
Yeah, no, it seemed fine. We've had troubles every once in a while over the years, but no, tonight was fine. Hope all that was okay and that I didn't chase anybody away.
Yeah, and in fact, you even brought Barry in, because inquisitive Barry wants to know. Yeah.
What's going on, Barry?
Hey, Barry.
Hey.
All right, now that we got him on, it's time to leave this chat and go to the next one. Okay.
All right, guys.
We got a minute. We got a minute. Let's wait another minute, and then. Hey,
it's
Brent,
okay. You can jump if you need to, Brent. Yeah. Thanks for coming out.
All right. Thanks, everybody.
Yeah.
Bye.
Bye.
All right. Well, I guess we're close enough, huh? Maybe. No.
Yep.
No.
Well, it's up to you. I don't know.
Great first hour, guys. That was fantastic.
Let me let me switch it over at the 57 mark, which is coming up like right now.
Did you hear that?
All right, here we go.
There is a song about you in the chat, Barry.
Yeah, I just passed on. That's all right.
All right.
It's kind of funny, actually.
I'll see you guys on the other side. Bring you right back. All right.
Okay, I'm looking for that invite.
Yeah. Don't put us on hold, John. Hang up. Oh, well. Let's see if we can get him to answer back again without being on hold. Do. Let me get the people back in. 1, 2. Buckle my shoe. And there you are.
Mm-hmm. All right.
Mic check 1 and 2. Mic check 1.
Yep. You're doing good.
Okay, here we are. Where's Barry?
Barry?
Right here.
Barry, there he is.
Roundtable Radio Show.
Barry touched me in my no-no square.
What?
Yeah, what? No.
That's the name of the song that David Hogg made for you.
Oh, okay. Well, it sounds like a title he'd come up with. I can't deny that.
Yeah.
Oh, boy. That's our boy.
I'll tell you, he was sounding really good in the pre-show today. I mean, I haven't seen him like that healthy in a long time.
Well, good, man. I hope he's getting along really good, man, for sure. He's been. I absolutely do. Absolutely.
I'm kidding.
Well,
I'm kidding. Of course you do. You're a good-hearted person, Barry.
In fact, before the show, I said a little prayer for him as well as everybody else, like I always do. So, yeah, I got no hate in my heart for anybody. Except I hate the things that the globalists do, but I don't even really hate them because I know they're just complete and total. I mean, they're soulless at this point, you know?
Yeah, they're evil.
Exactly.
I was listening to Greg Gulffield a couple weeks ago, and he was making some argument with Jessica, and he's like, we don't go around calling people evil. And I was like, oh shit, because we do.
Said that? Who said that?
Greg Gutfield.
Oh yeah, well, I've got no problem with calling me evil.
Oh boy.
Yeah, I don't know. I was just like,
it's sort of the I don't know. I think one of the most dangerous things that you can do is the hear no evil, see no evil, speak no evil, and there's different ways to interpret that. But this idea that and I mean I've been to churches and stuff where it's all love. You got. I mean, it's like they really want you to just to capitulate and roll over to people that just want to run you over. And I just don't think that's exactly the attitude we should have.
All right. Is it November yet?
Oh.
No, not
I don't get it.
Huh? I'm ready for break.
Like what kind of break?
Yeah, just a break.
Like a holiday break, maybe?
Yeah, I'm ready for a holiday break. Oh, man.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. Oh, I'm looking forward to Christmas.
I've been, trucking through this for quite a while now. So, I mean, running out of steam. Need to refresh the batteries here pretty soon.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I understand. You got to do that, man. I mean, I don't know.
I probably don't do it nearly enough, but, I only schedule 2 times a year that I actually take a break from the radio side, and maybe I should cut down on some streaming too in between. I don't know.
I mean, I get kind of burnout on just posting stuff as well. It starts to wear on your soul a little bit, because it's just so much darkness. But I try to really
I'm getting a lot of feedback off you now, Barry. Back your mic off. Maybe a couple notches, or at least one.
Is that better right there?
That's better.
Mic check 1 and 2 right there.
Yeah. I guess when you got excited, you got right up on top of it.
Okay.
Yeah, like that.
I just speaking clearly. That's all. I mean, I can put the compressor on. I've got a little.
No,
compressor,
you don't need the compressor.
I mean, I can put it on this one here too as well. I mean, I've got one on my board here that I can that will keep the levels constant if you want. It's up to you.
Well, we only have 2 minutes until we come back on. Make sure we're good.
I mean, it's just a button, it's not a big deal.
You want to
try?
try?
No way I have time to eat the cherry pie. I'm trying to get out of here.
How's Blue, the Wonder Dog, doing? We haven't heard you talk too much about Blue lately.
Oh, she's doing great.
Okay, mic check.
She's doing good. Looking forward to getting to Dogtown so she can hang out with all our buddies.
Yeah, I bet she's going to be real happy about that too, playing around.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, man, here's a test. Mic check. That's an auto leveler right there. Is it pretty consistent? I mean, I can put a hard compress on it if that's not good enough.
No, that sounds all right. Yeah.
Okay.
Hey, Blue, what you doing?
This one kind of boosts it, but also
baby, in or out.
You don't need the booster.
Come on.
No, I mean, it boosts, like if I turn away from the mic a little bit, it might boost it a little bit to keep it level, but then if it gets too hard, it pushes it down. You see what I'm saying?
I don't like auto levelers, but, when I take and redo all of this anyways.
Yeah, you normalize all that.
Yeah, I normalize, equalize, and,
All right.
Take out the hiss and the gaps a little bit.
Barry, I'm cutting in and out a little bit. So if I go quiet, just take over.
Will do.
Yeah,
I should be right back.
He's got big,
Yeah,
big pine trees blocking his link.
Exactly. Yeah.
Better a pine tree blocking than like a pine tree falling on your van.
30 seconds. 30 seconds,
Well, yeah.
guys.
You don't want that.
Or blocking the road. Oh man, that would suck.
Mm-hmm.
Have you ever had that happen when you're, out there, kind of maybe out in the woods?
Come back into town and there's just a tree in the road? No.
No, I was just wondering.
I'm not saying it couldn't happen. I'm just saying I haven't had that yet.
You haven't had that fortunate.
3, 2, 1, and you are live right now.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to Hour 2 of the Censorship Sucks Roundtable Radio Show for October 15, 2025. With me tonight, we've got Bullhorn Barry on the mic. What's going on, Barry?
It's going on, man. Weather's starting to cool up a little bit. We had blue skies today, man. It was beautiful. Not a single trail or chemtrail in the sky. Absolutely, beautiful. And I've heard they've been cutting back the chemtrails because of the shutdown. I don't know if it's true, but I've noticed they've been doing less of it.
I don't see any chemtrails whatsoever anywhere in my vicinity as well. Although we don't get them out here like you guys do. It's just they're just not a thing out here. But there's no population centers like you have in Oklahoma, I mean, we do, but I don't know. Maybe if I went down to Phoenix, it'd be like all over the place. But up here, nah. But, we've talked about that before. But yeah, it's good that they're cutting back on that. That's for sure. I mean, there's just no need for it.
And it feels so good just to be able to have that full sun penetrating on your body. I mean, it's really kind of hard to explain because when you got, all this haze over your whole city all day and you're not getting any sun, it's kind of depressing. So when you see just like blue skies out in the sky, and no clouds whatsoever, and that sun is just penetrating on you, it's just, I don't know, man, feels liberating. You kind of take it for granted, but it's awesome.
Yeah, absolutely. I can't complain. I just follow the sun wherever it goes. So it's kind of my strategy to life is follow the sun, man. Follow the warm temperature and just stay in, if it gets too cold, you leave. That's what I love about having a mobile, life like that. So anyway, let's dive into some news. Let's see here. I got to play this one. This clip is just great. It's Nancy Pelosi was confronted by a real journalist today, an actual journalist. And needless to say, it didn't go very well for her. The new January 6th committee is looking into some things that are happening or that happened during that time. And she's said one lie consistently all the time, and that Donald Trump didn't send the National Guard in as soon as he should have. Right. Meanwhile, she is fully in charge of the National Guard and when they get called up, and she's the one that didn't call them in. OK, Speaker of the House has control over that, not the president. So let's listen to this clip. Listen to this journalist.
Congresswoman Pelosi, are you at all concerned that the new January 6th committee will find you liable for that day? Are you at all concerned about the new January 6th committee finding you liable for the day? Why did you refuse the National Guard on January 6th?
Okay.
Shut up. I did not refuse the National Guard. The president didn't send it. Why are you coming here with Republican talking points as if you're a serious journalist?
The American people want to know. We still have questions. Thank you.
And then the reporter turns on, looks at the camera, and just gives a big smile. She got under Nancy Pelosi's skin.
Oh, it's great. Yeah.
Isn't that beautiful?
Oh, man. Yes, it is beautiful. And they're all cracking like that, if you haven't noticed. They're cracking under the pressure.
Chief Stephen Sund, if I'm not mistaken, he is the sergeant at arms. He was the man who was trying to get National Guard in there. And he replied to this saying, here, let me read the full one here. It's long past time to be honest with the American people. On January 3rd, I requested National Guard assistance, but your sergeant at arms denied it. Under federal law, yada, 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 I was prohibited from calling them in without specific approval. That same day, Carol Corbin at Pentagon offered National Guard support, but I was forced to decline because I lacked the legal authority. On January 6th, while the Capitol was under attack, and despite my repeated calls, your sergeant at arms again denied my urgent request for over 70 agonizing minutes. Run it up the chain for your approval. running it up the chain for your approval. When I needed assistance, it was denied. Yet when it suited you, you ordered fencing topped with cortina wire and surrounded the Capitol with thousands of armed National Guards. Okay, so he's saying right here, you are the one that denied National Guard on January 6th. And she's been blowharding on this for so long about Trump. Trump asked for National Guard. Trump requested more. She didn't allow them to be sent in. She's the one. Nancy Pelosi is the one. And she got called out right there. And man, she got pissed because she knew she was caught fair and square.
That's exactly right. That's exactly.
So Barry, man, is this ever going to come out in the open here? What really went on January 6th? I mean, it's
go ahead.
It seems like this new committee is finally going to look into it with some actual Republicans on the committee that have the same sort of understanding that we do about what happened. And again, she calls it a Republican talking point. Well, wait a minute. Democrat talking points are all over the news all day. That doesn't mean they're not journalism.
Yeah, that's true.
You know?
Yeah.
It's like you're coming at me with these Republican talking points like they're just dismissed out of thin air. Well, both sides have talking points, and both sides should be heard. And she should answer that question. Are you at all nervous?
Well, I mean, the way she responded was the answer. Shut up. That means she's nervous. And again, like I was saying, they are all nervous right now, and they are concerned, even though she said she's not concerned. There's a video of Obama just recently that he was like gaslighting and projecting and pretending like, it was the Trump administration that is doing lawfare. It's the Trump administration that's actually going after the political opponents. I mean, and he could barely string together a sentence. He sounded like George Soros sounds now, or kind of like Biden sounded near the end of his term. He was like stuttering and stammering, and he looked terrified. On top of that, he looked disheveled, like he hadn't slept in maybe months. He looked absolutely terrible. We can play a clip of that at any point in time tonight or next week or whatever, but it's like a 2-minute clip, but the guy is just nervous as you can be.
And rightly so. He's committed a lot of crimes, just the drone usage alone. I mean, he killed an American citizen, with a drone, just killed him.
Yeah. And there's nobody
that alone is unforgivable.
Political opponents more than Obama and Biden. I mean, the whole presidency is about garnering more power for the Democrat Party and serving the Democrats, not serving Americans. That's what I like about Trump. He's about all America. It just so happens that the Democrats don't like America, and they have a more socialist, communist, Marxist, fascist agenda. So they can't really align themselves with Trump because he's pro-America, pro-prosperity, pro-peace. I mean, how many of these Democrats are celebrating the hostages being returned? I don't see a lot of them. Some of them are. Thank God some of them have got it.
And I mean, the Palestinian protests ramped up this weekend in Australia. They had a big old event out there that was huge. And they're not like, hey, we're celebrating peace. It's just all the same. There can be no peace there until Israel's gone, is kind of what they're saying by protesting like that. It shows you they really weren't just looking out for the Palestinians. At the end of the day, they want Israel gone. And what do you expect? There's no real answer there.
Well, I think a lot of the leftist-leaning, politicians globally, not all globally leftists are bad, but a lot of them are kind of a death cult. We saw just that Democrat Party at this festival. They were passing out bracelets that said, "Is he dead yet?" referring to Trump. I mean, they want death on Trump. They want him to die. They want to celebrate his death if he dies while he's in office. These are really sick people, and it's a death cult.
There are many people in it that are part of that death cult, I would say. Just look at Charlie Kirk's murder. Look at his assassination and the celebration. The people dancing on TikTok celebrating his assassination. There's a level of kind of I hate to say it, but there's sort of a level of evil that is present to make you celebrate someone's death because you've misunderstood who they are. If they ever went back and actually watched Charlie Kirk debate for an hour, they would probably say, you know what, he's nowhere near as radical as I thought he was. You know, he's not that bad of a guy.
Just like yesterday, I believe. And Erica Kirk was talking about how her son was like, you know, wanting to wish his dad, you know, happy birthday, and wanted him to, you know, have time to do some of the things that he wanted to do, and to have a piece of cupcake and, you know, blow out the candles. And it just, you know, ripped Erica apart. I mean, this kid is never going to see his father again, and not in this life.
Yeah, you can go to YouTube, but not to your, you know, dad's bedroom. You know, can't pick up the phone, but you can pick up YouTube. You can go watch his old videos. You can go to a Turning Point rally and see his legacy. And I mean, Turning Point has doubled in the last month. I don't know if you caught that from the first hour, but it doubled in size since his assassination, which, you know, as Brent was saying, it's a great thing, but businesses get into trouble sometimes when they grow too fast.
There is a Charlie Kirk phenomenon happening. You know what I'm saying? Across the board, politically, spiritually. I just heard in the news today, I believe it was on Sean Hannity, where he was talking about, like, there's been a 40% increase in Bibles since the assassination of Charlie Kirk in America. 40% more higher sales of Bibles.
Yeah, amazing stuff, you know? It really is. So let's dive into some other stories here as well. Here's a really interesting one. I'll play this clip of a kid in Scottsdale, Arizona, from Libs of TikTok. This is from the Scottsdale Unified School District.
I was a third grader at Anasazi, but in a different class than Mrs. Javinet. This teacher created a hostile school environment for kids like me when she didn't like their parents. She would yell at me in the hallway and hurry me along. I also caught her filming me one day. She claimed she was filming field day, but the event was over, and her phone was pointing right at me. At the same time, a neighbor on my street was also filming me while I was outside my home. It was creepy and I felt unsafe. It became so bad that my family had to get a restraining order against my neighbor. At court is when the neighbor revealed a personal email from Mrs. Javinet to my teacher, to my neighbor, thanking my neighbor for protecting teachers against extremists. This is when I found out that Mrs. Javinet and my neighbor were working together. Now Mrs. Javinet had been caught celebrating gun violence and a local hero, Charlie Kirk, being assassinated with a post on social media. How do you allow her to teach third graders? How do parents leave their kids in her class? She's the reason why we and others left Anasazi. Now I hear more are leaving after her recent hateful posts.
Thank you.
Wow. A third grader. A third grader getting wrapped up in all this stuff. Third grade, you're teaching third grade and you're worried about extremists. You know, what is an extremist in the third friggin' grade? It doesn't exist, lady. Calm down. I mean, don't get me wrapped up on this one, man. It's these teachers that are out there celebrating Charlie Kirk's assassination while they're teaching in a public school, and then they're looking at half of the kids, because their parents support Donald Trump or vote Republican, are then seen as some sort of a villain, evil kids, the spawn of Satan, you know? How do people get, Barry, into these positions of teaching little kids when they're this radical?
Well, they're mobilized and organized, man, and they've been really doing this quite effectively for a good while, kind of underneath our noses, man, and we didn't even know it until, you know, it was kind of too late.
Yeah. And like you say, these networks, you know, they get indoctrinated. You go to college and you say, I want to be a teacher. So you go into education as a major. And you're being taught all the same crap, you know. America is a colonist country. It's on stolen land. We have to give land acknowledgments anytime we speak in public, you know, to virtue signal what? No one stole this land. You know, if you got a house, you own the house. You bought it fair and square. The person before you bought it fair and square. The person before them bought it and built it, whatever, fair and square. It's not stolen land. I mean, What, are we all supposed to just up and leave our houses and all our possessions and everything behind and just move on so that the Native Americans can have 10 houses each, 20 houses each, you know?
Well, they're about resurrecting the past. They want to live in the past instead of moving forward and, making this nation great for everyone. It's got to happen. They want to resurrect the past, and they want to resurrect the bad past. You know what I'm saying? Like all the pain, all the agony. And it's okay to completely, reflect on it in a reflective state and in a reflective way, but not to sit there and hyper focus in on it. Sort of like the left hyper focuses in on race. Then you begin to see, racism in everything. You see it in a cauliflower. You see it in a highway. You see it in a road. You see it, in your wallet or something. I mean, it's everywhere.
Critical theory, yeah. If
you hyper focus in on it.
Yeah, it's critical theory is what it's called, and it's taught in colleges, folks. It's taught. If you go to NYU, you can take a class on critical theory, which all it does is it teaches you to look at absolutely every aspect of your life from a critical lens. To how is this thing making life worse? And then you had critical race theory, which follows it, which makes it, you look at everything. A piece of paper. Well, why has it got to be white? You know what I mean?
Exactly.
You just find racism in absolutely anything that you look at. A light bulb. Okay, well, a black man invented that, and then the white man stole it from him, and so every time whatever. It's everything. It comes down to critical theory, to criticize everything. Critical race theory is one of the major things that is holding people back in this country. Because if you're a minority, you're a kid. You're a 12th grader, and you're being taught that everything in America is racist and it's all a system that's built to take you down. Then why study? Why get smart? Why learn to read? Why learn to do anything?
Why get a job? Why get a job too? Because you're just going to be discriminated against. You're never going to get the raise. You're never going to get the promotion if you truly believe that.
And there's some white guy up at the top that you're making all the money for. You get nothing. He gets everything. And so what's the point? It goes on, and it really, and it's part of the Cloward and Piven strategy and all that, where you create a society that is now given up and is just going to leech off of the government money is for the entirety of their lives if they can do it. Mm-hmm. And that ultimately takes down the country, which is a good thing for the people who see it in that critical lens. If you're looking at America and all you see is ugliness, then you're going to be happy to see it fall. Mm-hmm. And see maybe some socialist communist system come into its place. And, that's a dangerous place for a young mind to be. And for every school out there to be sort of pushing these thoughts into the minds of, these young children is very dangerous, man. It needs to be put to an end, big time. And the best way to do that, honestly, is for all this debt. I mean, one of the beautiful things about college nowadays is it's really not for the average person anymore. It's not like if you want to go and be an accountant or something, a doctor, okay, great. But if you just want to be a plumber or you want to work as an electrician and make that, $100 an hour they make, $150, $200 an hour, go for it. Learn that. You're going to come out way ahead in 4 years. In 4 years' time, you're going to be driving a brand new Corvette with 30, 40 grand in the bank, whereas your buddy is going to come out of college with a pretty much worthless degree that taught them to hate America and hate everything about it, and they're 100 grand in debt that they've got to work off over the next 10 years. So of course, they're going to hate their life when they're 100 grand in debt coming out of college on day one. Of course, you're going to have a chip on your shoulder when you see what your payments look like. Mm-hmm. So hopefully they're making themselves irrelevant. What do you think, Barry?
Well, I mean, I know I've said this once before, but I've listened to a lot of successful Black people on YouTube and social media, and every single one of them, when they brought up the issue of racism, they said, well, did you ever feel like, to get to the place that you are now, that you really had to deal with discrimination and racism? And every single one of them across the board said, absolutely not. I didn't see any of that. In fact, if that's the case, how did I get here? But they said, even if I had, experienced racism, because racism does exist, and it exists towards white people, towards black people, or whatever. He said, I wouldn't allow that to stop me from succeeding. I'm not going to allow that to be a chip on my shoulder. And so, I think it's overhyped that, racism is not systemic. Even though racism is really bad towards white people right now, I don't even think that's systemic. It may be systemic among the radical fringe left, which is a small number. But overall, there is no systemic racism in America today. It just doesn't exist at that magnitude.
Yeah, there are parts of the education system in black communities that I think have failed them completely. 100%. And no one's doing anything to fix them. And so in another generation, it's going to be the same thing. Another generation after that, the same thing, unless people wake up and start saying, hey, wait, you give me, I could get $50,000 a year to teach my 2 kids. Let's go. Sign me up for that. Bring it home, bring the family back together, bring it all. Then we can start looking at solutions. So, is there systemic racism? Not really, but there's also, if you grew up in the ghetto, man, you're pretty screwed as far as your education is concerned. But on that note,
I would apply for white
on that note,
ghetto too, though.
Go ahead, real quick. Go ahead.
For white people in the ghetto as well.
Oh yeah, exactly. If you're in the ghetto, you're on that downward spiral. But anyway, folks, we've got to go to break. This is the Censorship Sucks Roundtable Radio Show. We'll be right back after this.
All right, we're on radio break, and right as we were getting ready to go on break, you started to break up a little bit.
Okay. Yeah,
Right.
I don't doubt it. Yeah.
Is it breezy and windy up there where you're at?
A little bit.
That might be why.
Dog's cutting the wind, man. I told you not to give Blue the Fritos, man. It's not good for the Frito corn chips, man. They're greasy.
Pie corn chips. Give to your dog.
They do like Fritos, but man, that GMO, I don't know if I could feed it to my dog.
Oh yeah.
Da da da. Do 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 do.
Yep.
So let's see. It's 70, 50 days, so 25-degree difference. Damn.
Excuse me. He's in tight.
I should put some Vandals in the mix here pretty soon. Hocus Pocus.
Hey,
Since
man,
it is
I don't
October.
No, that's vandalizing is not cool. That's what Antifa does, man.
See, I dropped off totally right there just now.
Yeah, you did.
Okay, well, we haven't even touched on the news stories.
Much time before I get this alarm thing keeps beeping in my house. I'm gonna go. I got a couple of minutes. How much time?
Maybe.
You got about a minute and a half.
Okay, let me see if I can get
Go
this
quick,
thing.
Barry. So quiet. Yeah. Celeste made me a cake yesterday, but it turned out like brownies.
Nice.
But it was still good.
Yeah, it's all about how it tastes. That's all that matters.
Yeah.
She's like, Dad, I'm gonna make you coffee cake. I'm like, okay, make me
That's
a
good.
coffee cake. All right.
Did you have it with your coffee?
No, she made coffee instead of using water, she used it in the cake to make the cake. It's kind of cool.
Oh.
Yeah, it made a really, really rich brownie type. You know the cake brownies? It made it kind of like that. It's pretty good.
Mm-hmm.
Put down the pipe.
Yes, sirree, Jimmy Bob. How's the weather out there?
It's been pretty nice down here. It's cooling down. Yeah,
It's cooling down up here too.
We do need some rain, like
60
David
today.
Hogg said, though. Be
Some
nice
what?
to. I said it'd be nice to see some rain down here, like David
okay.
Hogg said earlier. Yep.
We
In
have-
our area, between him and me, it's been pretty dry. Under 30 seconds, guys. I'm getting the countdown real quick.
Yeah, we got rained on pretty hard out here. I'm looking at puddles and stuff still.
Yeah.
Today's the first sunny day, and it was still a little bit overcast.
Mm-hmm.
All right. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and you're live right now.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to hour 2 of the Censorship Sucks Roundtable Radio Show. Tonight we got Bullhorn Barry in the house. What's going on, Barry?
About the same, man, since the beginning of the show. Just plugging away.
Oh,
We're all
okay.
just doing what we got to do, and trying to get ahead and make things happen, man, and just happy that Trump is the president, man. I sleep so well, man. I'm telling you.
Yeah, could you imagine a Kamala Harris at this point in time?
Oh no, I can't.
How different it would be?
I mean, I would feel like I might be in a state of depression. I'm afraid to say. I don't want to say that, but don't you just feel like lighter?
Well, it's just, I know we're doing the right things. This pendulum goes back and forth. You know what I mean? We let in 20 million people in 4 years, and then the pendulum goes back, and we, stop that on a dime and start deporting people, and then it'll go swing back the other way one of these days. I mean, will it though? Will it really swing back the other way? I'm seeing some interesting polls and stuff out there that really could lead me to believe that the left is not going to have anything good to look at in midterms. And the next presidential race, J.D. Vance is obviously the front runner for that. Who on the left can hold a candle to that guy?
Right now, I can't think of anybody.
Yeah, and I mean, and we lost Charlie Kirk, man. We lost Charlie Kirk. Erica was saying that he wanted to run for president one day. Could you imagine him running for president? It would be insane. Get up on a debate stage with him, Kamala. I dare you. I dare you. The man debates every day, all day for a living.
Yeah. The college universities, the more prestigious ones, didn't even like to debate him because he just basically tore him apart, and he had no college education. And he's educated. It's like self-educated. There is a difference. You know what I'm saying? He's read many books and done a whole bunch of research on history and science and all of that. So he may even be smarter than a lot of the college students as well.
Or the professors, for that matter.
Oh, yeah. Well, a lot of times when he was debating at some of these universities, he was naming different authors and different economic experts, and they didn't even know who he was talking about.
Mm-hmm.
And these majored in finance because they're not teaching all about finance in the university that they probably should be, because they're not giving all the different views and the different experts and all these different economic experts they just ignore completely.
Yeah. They're like Milton Friedman, never heard of him. Thomas Sowell, who's that?
I think Friedman was one that they'd all heard of, but maybe
I would hope so.
Yeah. But yeah, he would do that a lot of times, just kind of insult them, not intentionally, but just by being smarter than them.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely, man. The man really had his facts down. That's one thing I give him credit for. That, like, Cam Higbee, we've been talking about, doesn't have the level of knowledge like Charlie Kirk. He was a walking encyclopedia to many degrees, and that's not even to mention the Bible. I bet he could quote you that thing back to you word for word,
Mm-hmm. Is there anybody on the left that has that amount of cleverness, wittiness, intelligence, quickness, like a Charlie Kirk, and like so many that we have on our side? Or is it all just, C team, D team for the Democrats?
I mean, Rosie O'Donnell. Okay, you got Whoopi Berg, Joy Behar. We talked last week about that. What's his name? Hassan Piker, the guy who allegedly abuses his dog.
Yeah.
Cenk, young cousin, or Cenk himself, one of the brightest minds on the left, who just talks over you. And
oh yeah. Well, he said some absolutely crazy stuff, like about bestiality, that I wouldn't repeat on the air. Yeah, so I don't know exactly how clever he actually is, if he's promoting bestiality, and there is a clip that we could play at any point in time where he's talking about that. Him and the female. What's her name? I can't think of her name, but his sidekick,
Anna Kasparian. And
she was disgusted by what he was saying. You know what I'm saying? Absolutely disgusted.
Uh-huh.
And he was like, "What?
Yeah, hey.
What's wrong with that?" And it's like, well, only everything, and it's illegal.
But again, it's a cultural thing. You know what I mean? Hey, different cultures have different normalities. It's not, it is what it is. But anyway, let's get into Letitia James, right? The woman who brought the New York City case against Donald Trump for mortgage fraud, right? This lady's been, she claimed her father as her husband on one of her first mortgage applications. She's claimed like everything as her primary residency to get the lower interest rates. She had another unit that had, it had 5 units. And if you have 4 or less, you can get it, under a different mortgage rate as, non-commercial or whatever. And no, she lied about it. She said she had 4 units and they're not 5, but she, collected rent checks from all 5. You better believe yourself there. On and on and on. It seems as though she is incredibly guilty of all of these things based on the evidence. And yet she went after Donald Trump for basically putting up a appraised valuation estimate on one of his buildings at a higher number than she thought was fair. Bank of America didn't care. They gave him the loan. He paid it back, and they said they can't wait to give him another loan so he can build another high-rise. But they went after him. He had to put up, $500 million.
Mm-hmm.
And yet she's running around doing all this crap herself. And I say it's high time because, this was targeted. None of these things against Donald Trump came out into the open until after he declared he was running for president. And then all of a sudden, the DOJ went into overdrive and threw every single thing they could at him. They threw the book at him from every single direction, from 4 to 5 different states, you name it, to try to get Trump so that they could call him a felon and make everybody, think, okay, well, we can't elect a felon. He is a felon. We can't elect a felon for president. And it didn't work. And he won anyway. And they're pissed. And now they're going after her. And the left is pissed. They're calling it lawfare, Barry. What do you think?
Well, it's funny how the false accusations they make against us are the actual things that they are doing, but worse and far worse. Right? I mean, I was just listening to that Obama interview, man, and just listening to him talk about the false accusations he was making against Trump and the Trump administration were all things that the Democrat Party did under Biden and under Obama and would have been doing under Kamala. So they're busted, man. They're being shown for the liars, the deceivers. They're the Decepticons, man. These are Decepticons.
But Decepticons don't exist, like Antifa.
That's right. It's only in Hollywood.
Little Jimmy Kimmel reference there, but anyway, little Lindsey Graham, who I despise, right?
Yeah.
As a man of integrity, I despise him, but as a person who can go on the news and actually come off really well and say the right things, this is him doing that on Meet the Press this weekend.
Do you think that crosses a line between the Justice Department being independent from the executive branch?
I think our Justice Department in the hands of Biden crossed every line there is to cross. I think within 3 days of announcing he was going to run for president in 2024, he did that in 2022.
But what about Trump?
He had 91
what about
indictments.
Trump? What about
Yeah. Now, I think the grand jury is going to take care of this, but you didn't care any about this. You didn't care that Letitia James made up charges that no one's ever faced.
But Senator Biden never publicly called for Trump to be indicted.
He had 90. Biden regretted that they didn't do it before the election. Jack Smith surveilled my phone records and 8 other senators. Jack Smith introduced his brief against Trump October the 24th before the 2024 election, violating every protocol just to politicize the election. So this may bother you that people are being held accountable. It doesn't bother me one damn bit.
Do you think that crosses a line?
Guys, sorry, there you go. Okay. Yeah, like I say, he can say the right thing for sure sometimes, and that was the right thing.
Sure, he can. Makes you wonder, you know, sometimes he's like right on par, and other times he's kind of sounds like a neocon.
Oh, yeah, no, he's a neocon for sure. Like, I make no mistake. But he knows how to work the MAGA crowd, right?
Yeah.
He knows what to say to get the MAGA people to go, like we just said, hey, yeah, I like what you said, buddy, you know?
Yeah.
Would I vote for you? No.
And he seems to kind of just go wherever the tide is. You know, when Biden was the president, he kept saying over and over again how Biden was sharp and was a very trustworthy man. I, trust him with my life kind of stuff. And just, yeah, he just, he's an opportunist, I think, a politician that's just an opportunist. And whichever way the wind blows is the way he's going to go.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely. And, but he's saying the right thing there, I guess, is the point. Because, who cares? I don't care one iota that this might look like revenge to you guys, because what Joe Biden did is a million times worse any day of the week. And there's just no comparing the two. What Joe Biden did was despicable. His DOJ went after everybody. Steve Bannon, the list goes on and on. Giuliani, Stone, General Flynn, Donald Trump himself on multiple occasions, plus 1,000 people from January 6th, that were just, in many cases there peacefully, just trying to, stay within the ropes when they walked through a door that a cop was holding open, and they still go to jail. And that jail sentence was hard time for those folks.
They've targeted so many people, man, on our side. Michael just got Alex Jones'd, they just didn't he didn't even get to testify. He was just deemed guilty, and now it's up to the jury to decide what his consequences are going to be. And that's insane. That's not how our legal system works. You don't just go, oh, you're guilty. You have no rights. You get no access to a jury. Guilty. Now, jury, you decide. I mean, it's the same thing they did to Alex, the same thing they tried to do to Trump, man. And this is unprecedented. Just imagine, man, if you don't have the right to a trial, I mean, what is going to come of America, man? I mean, then they can just use this lawfare anytime they want and just put somebody away, and they don't have to be guilty. They can just be declared guilty by a corrupt Democrat judge, or even a corrupt Republican judge could do it as well.
Well, and what they do is they just say, okay, your trial's going to be in like a year and you're denied bail. So off you go. We'll put you in the cell with solitary confinement, no sheets, no nothing, just a metal box to sit on, And that's your sentence. You know what I mean? It doesn't even matter if you're found innocent. What are you going to do? You've already spent a year in jail now. You're screwed. So it's tough stuff. Now, you mentioned Alex Jones a couple times, and yesterday, the United States Supreme Court rejected Alex Jones' appeal of a $1.4 billion Sandy Hook judgment. So that's kind of the end of the road for him on that, I imagine,
Absolutely is the end of the road for him. He does have some hope in that if the DOJ reopens the case that they were looking into it, and Todd Blanche shut it down, according to Alex. And so then he gave this sort of cryptic message after he ranted about how ticked off he was about it, on one of his shows. But then a day or two later, he was talking about it again. And then he gave this cryptic message. And he said, but have they really closed it? He said. And then he kind of smiles, smirks, and does his little, . So I don't know exactly what's going on there. But maybe that's all for show. I don't know. Because the guy that was behind the investigation for the DOJ is a very close friend of Alex Jones for many years. But he's not the head of that whole department. Todd Blanche is. So I don't know what's going on there, if, this is just some sort of smoke and mirrors kind of thing, or if it really is the end of the road for Alex Jones. Because if the DOJ doesn't resurrect this case and look into it, they want him to pay this $1.4 billion, which will never happen, of course, because he doesn't have it. And he will still be able to, have a life, and they're going to shut down InfoWars. That is true. But the Alex Jones network is already set up. The studios are almost as big as the studios they had at InfoWars. Certainly they've got new equipment and better equipment, which is a good thing because a lot of it was breaking and shutting down during some of the shows. So, and his name is still going to be easily found. It's the Alex Jones network.
Yeah, but the thing is though, like, Blue, put that down. I'm sorry, my dog got a hold of an empty can. I don't know where she got that, but she got it. Yeah, if he starts building anything successful up again, though, can they just walk in and take it? Can't they just walk in and say? No,
because he doesn't own any of it. He's just the whatever you want to call it, the director of the news and so forth. He's he's kind of like the top dog, like a manager would be at a retail store, but he doesn't own any of it, and so but they can harass him, but he's used to that. But he can still be heard, and he's still going to be able to broadcast. They're not going to be able to shut him down like they think. But you know how the Democrats operate. They operate step by step. They take one step first, and they go, okay, we've done this. This is something we thought we could never do because it's just completely, lawless. But now that we got this accomplished, what else can we do? How can we shut down Apple's completely? Because that is their end game.
Or how do they get him in jail next, or whatever? Like, yeah, exactly. Shut him down, break the man to the point where he's scooping ice cream at some, stand somewhere and just doesn't want anything to do with anything, just broken man trying to get a paycheck every day.
Yeah, well, Alex Jones is never going to roll over. So this idea that, they've got him and they've shut him down. No. Alex Jones has more fire today than he ever has, man. And the more they come at him, the stronger he gets. And they haven't figured that out yet.
Yeah. Exactly. And he's not going anywhere. And that's the bottom line. I mean, he's Alex Jones. The guy's got a fire in his belly that few people can match.
I don't disagree with you on that.
So let's go to New York. We got Mad Manny.
Yeah.
I don't know. We got to come up with the pitch for him.
It's time out.
Yeah, right. Mad Manny. Who basically just came out the other day and said that if you're pro-Israel, you have no place in his, government. That he doesn't want your support. He doesn't, he just drew a line that if you're pro-Israel, you're out. You're done. Nothing to do with this administration. If you are pro-Hamas, come on in. Off we go. So he's taking a strong side in the city that has the largest population of Jews outside of Israel.
That's right. That's true.
Massive Jewish population in New York City. And if you think you're going to run that city without some input and help and coalition with the Jewish community, it's going to be a lot harder than you think.
Well, isn't he all inclusivity? So how is that being inclusive? If you're like, there's a big Jewish population in New York City and you're like, well, I want to support everybody but you guys.
Yeah. And he also said he wants to make no exception for people who are very progressive except for Palestine. Right? If you're completely down the line, but you don't agree on the Israel-Hamas conflict, you're out. No exceptions.
Well, yeah, that's kind of the Democrat way, isn't it? I mean, it's either all in or we reject you fully. You know what I'm saying? It's just
isn't it?
Operate.
Oh, it totally is. I mean, J.K. Rowling is the perfect example of lifelong lefty, right? Lifelong lefty. When it comes to trans, men and women's sports, she draws the line there. You can't use the locker rooms of kids, and you shouldn't compete in their sports. And boom. She just hated almost as much as Trump is because she took that one stand.
Yeah, and I'm sure she's liberal across the board on, I don't know,
Everything.
80% of, everything else they believe in.
Mm-hmm. Oh, absolutely. I guarantee. I mean, she's always was known as being like really far to the left, and now she can't even
over to our side though. Many times, sometimes they'll just say, I'm fed up with that. I think I'd become a Republican. I identify more with a Republican than I actually do a Democrat.
A lot of common sense stuff. I mean, JFK would have been a raging Republican today. He'd be MAGA.
Yes.
John F. Kennedy, based on his, policies he had back in the day. But he was very far to the left back then. A lot of the protesters at Berkeley calling for free speech would probably be, very much on the side of the Censorship Sucks roundtable radio show today. Heck, even the name of my show would have been a complete far left thing back then. But today it's on the right. Because I've seen so many people in the conservative movement being censored and banned from social media. I'm following some guy along and, all of a sudden he's just gone one day. And so I type his name up and find out he's been banned from YouTube, making a good living, a couple 100,000 followers, right? Probably a family at home, the whole thing, making a good living, all psyched, having a great life. And then bam, it's all taken away. But on a side note, Barry, have you noticed some old channels coming back lately?
On YouTube?
Yeah.
Yeah, well, supposedly they have taken down some of their guards, but Alex Jones and there were some other people that went on, and they lasted one day. They were taken back down. So I wouldn't say exactly free speech. You know what I mean? It's free speech for a lot more people than they had, but anybody that's like, I don't know, exposing too much truth like Alex Jones does, well, we can't have him on. Or even people that maybe just too radical for their ideology or what have you. And there's some people I can't stand, but I still think they have the right to be able to say what they want to say. Like Nick Fuentes, don't like the guy. I mean, when I say don't like him, I don't like his style. I don't agree with a lot of what he says either. And I think he's kind of arrogant. And I think he's kind of hubris. But I want him to be able to have free speech. I want him to be able to, just like I want anybody on the left to be able to say what they want to say. It's just, I believe in free speech across the board.
There's one channel that I think of, immediately. It's called Computing Forever, if I'm not mistaken. This guy, I forget his real name because it's been 5 years since he's, been on the air, but he's come back and he's making great content again. And I'm like, man, I miss this dude. And he's talking about, man, like one day I just went in and it was gone because I made, I don't know, something vaccine related or who knows, but they just took him down instantly. And now he's back and he's so thankful. He's got all his followers, like 250,000.
I don't know why, Elon doesn't buy YouTube. It can't cost that much, can it? I mean, did you know that he's the first billionaire to reach, I think it's almost at $500 billion his worth.
Yeah.
$500 billion. He's literally worth almost $500 billion. No one even close, at least that we know of on the record. You know what I'm saying? So he should easily be able to buy YouTube, man, and just make it free speech.
I don't know what YouTube's worth, but it's owned by Google, and you have to have a willing seller to be a buyer. I don't know if they would want to sell.
Maybe he just needs to start his own YouTube then, I don't know.
Well, I mean, all it is a video function at Twitter, right?
Yeah.
You just embed a little bit better media player than you have and, figure out the search and all that stuff. But he's got that in his power. He can probably do it tomorrow. I mean, he's probably got an AI machine that's already written the thing 50 different ways just to try it out,
I mean, YouTube has so many different hoops that you got to go through these days. I mean, people that are on the left complain about it. You know what I'm saying? There's just hoop after hoop after hoop, and all these built-in AI algorithms, that are censoring and, stopping and bottlenecking and throttling. And I mean, it's just, it's got to be revamped. And I think the best thing is just hopefully somebody else can start something better. I mean, I had a lot of hopes for Rumble. I thought Rumble might actually kind of take that over. Rumble's doing well, but I don't think it's anywhere near the numbers that YouTube does.
Yeah. There's A lot of different things. I mean, people get away from YouTube and they kind of want to expect the same sort of experience on a Rumble, and it's not quite the same thing. It's much more, obscure content, so to speak. You don't have all those familiar channels right at your fingertips like you do over on YouTube. And for what it's worth, I mean, YouTube has a lot of content that even I watch that has nothing to do with politics or any of that kind of stuff. It's just some dude who travels or, watching this girl drive her bike through Pakistan and India. I'm sorry, Pakistan and Afghanistan. Taliban run Afghanistan. She's like 35, driving her motorcycle by herself.
Sounds safe.
Through the country.
Secure.
It's crazy. It's insanely. Every episode I watch like it's the last one she's ever going to put out.
She makes it okay, right? Because that sounds insane.
Yeah. Well, it's like any day you just go and her channel doesn't upload again, and it's like, oh. What happened, right?
Yeah, you kind of know. Unfortunately, I mean that'd be tragic and sad, dude. I mean, I hope that somebody's trying to warn her.
And she's making like $1 million a year doing this channel. You know what I mean? She's like buku wealthy, so she's got all the stuff in place. But I wish she would be more open with like, hey, I do have security. There's people that do follow me. There's, they know where I'm at. Don't try this alone. Don't just show up here and do what I'm doing. It's very dangerous, right?
Mm-hmm.
But she never says. She went through Africa alone, through places that I thought were just insane. But anyway, folks, we are running all out of time. Itchy Boots is the channel I'm talking about if you want to check her out. But we are out of time. We got to go. We will be back on Sunday night at 9:00 p.m. Eastern time right here on this channel. But stay tuned. There is much more content coming right after this from DREAGUS Productions. Folks, we'll see you Sunday night.
Kia sama!
All right, guys. Good show.
Did I get it in?
Yeah, you did.
All right.
You just blew out like 100 different speaker sets.
Yeah. Anyways, I'm going to go get Jack set up here. And
some old dude driving his Camaro just lost his speakers in the back.
Yeah. All right. You guys take care.
All right, bro.
All right.
All right, man.
All right.
Talk to you later.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, Barry, I'm going to give you a call.
Okay.
All right, that was the Censorship Sucks Roundtable Radio Show Wednesday edition. And coming up right now, I'm going to get Jack Carey to bring up. That's right, the Paranormal Intelligence Agency Radio Show. Get Jack going here in just a second. Get Jack in here. Hello, hello, hello.
Hello.
Hey, there you are, Jack.
Yep, how are you?
I'm doing pretty good.
Excellent. How'd everything go?
The first show went really good. I just feel like I'm running out of steam right now. I don't know. It's I'm ready for that Thanksgiving break. How about you?
Yeah, I know, right? How long is that break?
It's a week. It's a week off, and then Christmas and New Year's break is a week and a half. So that's 2 weeks for us, me and you.
Nice.
Yeah, and I think what I'll do then is I'll actually I'm thinking about not taking and doing anything over that time, and if I do, it'll be really, really light or stuff that's, some of our older stuff.
Very, very good, sir.
So how have you been? And what have you been up to? And what do you got on the table for us tonight, Jack?
We're going to revisit the mystery of Rennes-le-Chateau.
Okay.
Which is the, really in a nutshell, I think it's the tomb of Enki, the Anunnaki prince. So we're going to explain some of that ancient alien stuff tonight. and a little bit of paranormal in the news. We'll be talking about cyber prophecy as always, because that's prominent right now with all that's going on in the crypto market. So we'll be talking about that, and silver going crazy.
Yeah.
I don't know if you've noticed that, but that's gone crazy. As the Webbot predicted, we've been calling it for many years now. Webbot says it will become unobtainium, so that'll be fun to talk about.
Yep.
What's Nancy and those guys doing?
I don't know. You know, I think we're going to continue with what Roger was talking about last week, and keep that going. It's pretty good. Roger's in chat now, in the Kick chat.
Nice.
Yeah, he's probably restreaming us too. He's good with stuff like that. I haven't seen The Great Conspiracy tonight, so I don't know if he's okay, or I'll have to catch up with him later on.
Oh, really?
Yeah. But normally he's in and he restreams all our stuff. Yeah, especially when we're live.
How was censorship?
Oh, it was really good. We had Brett Hamachek in from Human Events and Turning Point USA. He's in both places. Wow. Yeah, he works both places there. He knew Charlie really good. Yeah. Well, 30 seconds, Jack. Get ready, because your countdown's coming, like right now. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And you are live and on the radio side right now.
Welcome back, everybody, to Paranormal Intelligence Agency Radio Live. I'm your host, Jack Carey, and we are broadcasting from 300 feet deep in an abandoned nuclear missile silo somewhere lost in the post-apocalyptic wastelands of the Dakota Territories. And today, in the War Wagon, when we went to town, we saw a sighting of the Dakota man-beast. He was foaming at the mouth, looked like he was glowing radioactive, and definitely looking for human flesh. So be careful out there. We've got a new member of our security team. Actually, 2 new members of the security team. I'm joined, as always, by the paranormal crime fighting duo Daisy and the Sundance Kid, but we've got an additional security agent in the silo tonight, and she goes by the name Ruby, and we've got a backup for her, who is a new rescue for us. We rescued a new feline, and he's a 5-year-old rescue named River. And so River is joining us in the silo also for our broadcast this evening. And he's, River looks out for a different kind of intruder than the rest of this crew. So, but it's been an interesting week. Got still in the midst of getting a lot of stuff done around here and watching the crazy markets. Last week, we touched upon quite a bit on the crypto markets. We'll be doing that again this evening because our cyber prophecies feature prominently the crypto markets and the precious metals markets. So we're kind of taking an in-depth view. A lot of times we kind of zoom out on a subject, and that can be valuable. And a lot of times I like to zoom in on a subject, and that can be a valuable thing. And I have, done this for 30 years along with cryptozoology, so I actually know quite a bit about what I'm doing in the so-called trading world. But in the cryptocurrency world, as that features in our cyber prophecies, It basically says that we're in the transitional phase right now. And I have to remind everybody that this is the ascending part of the Kali Yuga. The world planetary cycle of the Kali Yuga is real. It features prominently in Vedic astrology and ancient alien knowledge left on this planet. And really, it's an interesting thing. Coming from our galactic center is a constant bombardment of a special type of energy that normally affects biological life everywhere in the galaxy, and this is just a natural mechanism. And during this planetary cycle called the Kali Yuga, there are periods of time during the ascension when you, as a planet, you're being blocked by this field of debris, and you pop up out of that field of debris and you get bombarded by these rays, right? That's the Kali Yuga. And when that happens, you, as a species, go through all kinds of basically upgrades. All kinds of really cool stuff starts to happen. People take on like special abilities they never thought they had before. People begin to get born with special abilities that didn't show up in the human race before. People become far more psychic. You have golden ages occur, so-called golden ages occur in civilizations and stuff like that. That's not to say that there isn't a huge amount of turbulence that takes place in the transitionary period, and that's where we are with the world's financial system, right? And that system affects everybody. It affects our daily lives. And what's interesting to me is that crossroads that nobody ever talks about because most people don't even know it exists. But there is a crossroads of paranormal information coming from paranormal information sources like the WebBot that derives its knowledge from the fact that the human species is both apparently a singular organism, and that organism is psychic in nature. That's pretty paranormal. Able to ascertain all kinds of events and themes and things taking place in our immediate event stream future. And when that coincides with ancient Vedic astrology, and that coincides basically with financial news all over the world that is backing up what the WebBot had predicted all those many years ago, talking about going back into the 90s when those original Alta reports came out. That's what I call the sacred alignment, if you will. It's that place where all of these things that don't normally, or you wouldn't think would have a relationship to one another, all line up and all begin to point in the same direction. And that's an interesting place to be, and that's where I believe we are right now. This past week, if you're involved in cryptos, was they have called it a historical moment in the so-called flash crash that occurred a few days ago, which was really interesting. It occurred in the overall market. They basically said that, the Dow dropped like 800 points, the NASDAQ dropped like 800 points, like in the crypto markets all crashed simultaneously, right? Well, a lot of the insiders right now, like Tom Lee over at Bitmine Immersion Technologies, and a lot of other really astute Wall Street-based crypto analysts are saying that something funny happened with all of that. It looks like somebody somewhere was able to ascertain where the weakest link was and all of the leverage that was currently taking place in the crypto markets, and there was a insane amount of leverage going on, right? And they were able to basically, if you ever played Jenga, they were basically able to remove that block and watch it all just come tumbling down. And then they were waiting at the bottom to cover all of their short positions. Well, what's a short position? That's when you bet that the market's going to go down. Well, whoever did this knew that that was going to take place. And all of a sudden, all of these very mysterious wallets opened up all around the world, crypto wallets. And they had only been open for a few days, and all of a sudden somebody deposits hundreds of millions of dollars into them, and then they short sell the crypto market. And then all of a sudden you have the largest historical, so-called flash crash in history. It since is all like recovered, which is interesting because whoever did this was able to cover their short positions, their bet on this happening, right at the bottom, flip all of those positions to long positions, and now they've ridden it back up to where it's at now, which is normal levels, right? So that's crazy. And what that did was it wiped out $508 billion in leveraged positions. In other words, if you go on to X right now and, formerly Twitter or whatever, and you go to, X Bitcoin or X Ethereum, I don't really mess with other altcoins. Some traders do. I say you stick with the blue chips. You stick with the grade A, the top ones that institutions are buying for people's 401ks and etc. The other altcoins, a lot of them are just going to disappear, and they're going to disappear along with your money if you invest in those. That's just my opinion. I wouldn't do that. I do think it's wise to have a long-term time horizon on the crypto market as this transitional phase of the Kali Yuga grips our financial systems and changes it over into this new age. And don't be afraid of cryptos. Educate yourself. Don't fear. Read. The more you read, the less you fear. And the more you will understand how and why the top two, Bitcoin and Ethereum, actually are going to change how everything is done on the planet. It really will. And that's happening at a time when you're seeing a death of fiat currencies. The reason why that's happening is because they're just printing money. Not just our government. All the governments are doing it, and they have to. There's no other way. They say you've got to grow your way out of debt. Well, the only way to grow your way out of debt is to run the economy hot. And how you do that is you lower interest rates as low as you can lower them, and you just pump those printing machines till they run out of ink. Just keep pumping it, because there is no other choice. And when you realize there is no other choice, you see the inevitable that will eventually occur. And that inevitable is the fact that that will become a non-viable way of having value and an exchange of value. In other words, those currencies will become so hyperinflated over time that, it'll cost you $15 for a loaf of bread. You know what I mean? So really the smart rule of thumb, in my opinion, and it was funny because I was watching the price of silver explode at the same time that the crypto markets were in decline. is to match dollar for dollar what you invest in the crypto market, invest in precious metals in physical form in your possession, dollar for dollar. One will beautifully offset the other and at the same time allow you to participate in this vast amount of change that's going to take place. You know, silver has long been said by the webbot that it will become so-called unobtainium. That means so valuable that you can't find it anymore ever again. Physical silver becomes that valuable. So if you have a bunch of it right now, and it just broke its all-time historic price, which was right at $50. I was watching it live right before the show, and it was at 53 and change. They just showed on Fox Business a silver analyst that showed the charts depicting the 45-year cup and handle pattern, as they call it. That pattern has always occurred before a major explosion in any asset. It doesn't really matter what the asset is if it forms a pattern like this. And this pattern was formed over a 45-year period of time. The longer a pattern takes to form, the more powerful it is when the move actually takes place. Nobody's ever even seen a 45-year cup and handle pattern. And why and how that could happen is because it has been artificially suppressed by the global banking cabal since forever, since the silver wars between China and England. That's how far back this manipulation goes. And what happens when you hold a beach ball below the water for long enough and then you let it go? That's right. It literally explodes. All kinds of stuff are tied to the silver market. Billions of dollars in derivative contracts. Imagine taking metal that you don't even possess and you're able to borrow against that from various institutions 100-fold. And then you artificially bet on a decline in the price of that metal over and over and over again. Every time it goes up, boom, you short sell it. Every time it goes up. And what you can do over time is you can literally leverage hundreds of billions of dollars. So those little micro movements are all controlled, and they're just printing money off of being able to control it. So that control seems to have ended. The webbot, if you follow Cliff High at all, he's saying there's some indications, and there's some, I've heard the same thing from an independent silver analyst that I follow, that somebody somewhere, and this is why I say that there has to be two separate cabals of some kind vying for control right now, but somebody somewhere with extremely deep pockets is buying up vast amounts of silver and taking physical possession of it off the COMEX forever. That stuff is going to private vaults in record amounts. How the metal market used to work before they started taking physical possession in these vast amounts of silver and gold was that, you know, it would sit in a warehouse controlled by the COMEX, and the traders would just trade the paper back and forth over who owns it. That way you don't have to move massive amounts of weight to different locations, because that costs a lot of money to do. It's very cumbersome, it's very heavy, and it's very hard to get from location to location in large quantities securely. but that's what's happening. That should be your wake-up call. The fact that gold is at 4,200 an ounce and climbing. Every single central bank around the world buying it in record amounts. Record amounts. And why are they doing that? Because they're watching the government sit there and just run their printing machines. It's a point you have to say, oh my God, this whole house of cards is going to come down at some point. Now, there's all kinds of cross currents of things occurring. Like, a lot of people believe the Trump administration's in the process of tokenizing the U.S. debt in such a way that it can be dispersed out as a cryptocurrency, and that would sort of fix our problem if it were backed by gold. And guess what? They are buying vast amounts of gold right now. So the U.S. is quietly buying a ton of it. Not reported on the news, of course, but that's what's happening. If you follow silver and gold traders the way that I do on a daily basis. So go down to your local coin shop if you haven't acquired any precious metals, gold or silver. Gold is becoming too expensive, really, if they even have it in stock. I went down to our local shop the other day when I was acquiring some silver, and the gold was gone. So they said if you get incremental gold at all, it's sold that before it even hits the shelf. So that's gone. And, you're going to pay a big retail amount above spot right now if you try to go and buy anything. Silver is going to cost you $5, maybe $6 above spot for a 1 ounce round. So, but you know what? It's better than not obtaining any at all at this stage, in my opinion. A lot of people that I know have been silver stackers for many years now, and I have too. And I just think that it's a very wise thing to do. And, tonight we are going to be talking about 3i Atlas coming at us. It's something that we've been talking about, but we're going to look at it from the ancient alien perspective, because there's a lot of chatter online right now. Various chat boards, if you're out there, about this possibly being an Anunnaki ship, the return of the Anunnaki. And some people, like the Webbot, refers to them not as the Anunnaki, but the Elohim, which will be familiar to a lot of people that have read certain biblical passages, will know all about the Elohim. They do fit the bill of what the Sumerians were describing as the Anunnaki. So, different cultures call these beings by different names, and that's very interesting to me. But if you are a biblical scholar out there in the world, you will be able to look up a passage where it talks about the sons of Anak. And the sons of Anak were the sons of the Anunnaki. So the Bible does mention the Anunnaki, and it doesn't say that the Elohim and the Anunnaki were one and the same. So we kind of have to point that out. There is a lot of good historical information in the Old Testament. So, but that's interesting. For those of you who don't know, the Anunnaki is a discovery from the ancient 12,000-year-old Sumerian tablets, where they describe these beings coming out of the sky and teaching them all kinds of civilization secrets. The same interaction was also chronicled in the Book of Enoch, for those of you who have read the Book of Enoch. And the Book of Enoch basically tells it from a close-up perspective from Enoch himself interacting with the Anunnaki, which he referred to as being, the fallen angels. Really, it should translate to those who from the skies to the earth came. there is some indications that some of the Anunnaki, and one of them was one of two princes that was basically ruling the earth once upon a time, rebelled against the leadership and his own father, who was known as Anu, and Anunnaki means those who came from Anu. And as such, he was left here on the planet with some of his followers. And it's interesting because there's a lot of evidence to suggest that the Anunnaki weren't immortal. They had extremely long lifespans, but they did eventually die. And their followers, both human and Anunnaki, ended up entombing them in various places around the world. And I think that there is a lot of evidence to show that the tomb of Enki himself is in the south of France, not far from the little village of Rennes-le-Château. And we're going to jump down that rabbit hole tonight because what if 3i Atlas is a returning Anunnaki ship? What would that mean for us as a society? And it's going to be interesting to see if they come back to, like, you know, reclaim Inky's body. Who knows? Who knows what's going to happen? But 3i Atlas is approaching it. If you type that in, you're going to come up with 100 different articles and 100 different explanations over what it could possibly be. The webbot says it is definitely alien in nature, and it's going to change everything. And we'll get right back to all of that right after our break.
All right, we are on radio break.
Cool.
Yeah, I thought, what was it? Tellinger was trying to say that, I think it was around Adam's tomb. Not Adam's tomb, but Adam's calendar is where he thought Enki was.
Oh, really? I've never heard that before. That's interesting.
Or
Yeah,
one of
my,
the or one of the other well-known Anunnaki. Yeah.
Right. That could.
Yeah,
That
it's a
could
Michael.
be.
Yeah, I thought I heard something from Michael Tellinger, or do something
be.
on that a while back. I don't know. I have to look that up. Yeah, and some people think that under the Sphinx, I guess Anubis or Thoth. That's where he's
Yep,
laid.
Thoth might be there.
Dot.
Yep. Which would be very interesting. But they also think under that left paw might be the Hall of Records. So
Could be. Yep.
it's interesting. They have a record, you know, the Dogon tribe say the Nomos were aquatic and that they inhabited ancient Egypt and left all that stuff there, and that chamber under the left paw is filled with water.
Well, we all know that, you know, a lot of Egypt, where it's at now, and that was underwater for a long time. Because the Sphinx and the Great Pyramid and all that show water, you know, damage all the way up pretty high on it.
Right.
I mean, there was a time when all that was buried. Yeah.
Right. That's interesting. And they found those 3 ships buried next to the large pyramid. Crazy.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Sorry about that. Zeus is going to be with me for a little while.
I'm broadcasting from another room because I had stuff going on down in my office area.
Yeah. November. It's only another month away, right? It's just next month. I don't know.
It's funny.
I don't normally get like this. You know me. You've done enough shows with me. Like, come on, let's keep going. I'm like, oh man, we got it. I'm just sapped. I don't know. I need something for new batteries or something.
yeah. It's just some time to recharge your battery. That's what you.
Yeah.
I feel roughly the same way, just because it's been a really, really busy few months.
Well, you
really
did a major move. It's like, sure, you still got lots. You probably have stuff that still hasn't been unpacked yet.
Oh yeah, that's crazy. So having to get all kinds of work done around here has been challenging, but it's almost done for the winter. Winter's coming fast. It's cold out there today.
I enjoy the cooler weather. I really do. But
yeah, I don't mind it now that I'm accustomed to it up here. So
the triple digits here just I just melt.
Right.
All right, we got 30 seconds, Jack. Hear him?
Yeah.
Hey, Alex. Hey, Zeus. All right, here's your countdown. Jack. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And you are live and back on the radio side right now.
Welcome back, everybody, to Paranormal Intelligence Agency Radio Live. I'm your host, Jack Carey, your personal tour guide to the Twilight Zone. And tonight we're talking about cyber prophecies. We're talking about paranormal in the news. My little bit of cryptid corner this evening was somebody did send me an email about a case that happened in Maryland where a family reported a pack of dogmen descending on their farm and basically surrounding their farm. They had to make their getaway in a truck. And so that's something that I'm actively looking into right now as a dogman case. Apparently it happened a few years back. And it's very interesting because I suspect that the dogmen have something to do with the demiurge, that's what I call it, the entity currently residing at Skinwalker Ranch. I think that we have a ground zero area happening there. But tonight we're talking about the crazy little mystery of Rennes-le-Chateau and the idea that one of the ancient Anunnaki princes was buried in the south of France, and that fact has been known to a carefully selected few throughout the ages. And we're talking about our cyber prophecies this evening, which all kind of coincide with one another. So, Three Eye Atlas is on its way back. There was a lot of chatter online this last week about that being a Anunnaki ship and what will that mean for our society. And really what it would mean is what the WebOp predicts happens, which is what it refers to as the singularity. So if you type in singularity, like in a search engine of some kind, it's going to bring up all of this artificial intelligence stuff. And so mathematicians for a long time that developed like artificial intelligence have said that there will occur a singularity where artificial intelligence becomes smarter than humanity, and basically reaches a point of equality with humanity, that kind of a thing. The webbot states the singularity as being different than that. The singularity is the idea that whatever is behind 3i Atlas possesses a deeper understanding of the universe's ontology than we currently possess. In other words, yeah, they're not, a human life form of any kind, but they understand something deeper about the true nature of the universe, its creation, the creator, the supreme consciousness, God, if you want to use God, all of those terms, the architect of all of creation, right? This reality matrix that we see around us and our place in it and all of that, they're going to have a much broader, much more cosmic, deeper understanding of what that is, and they may relay that to us in an honest way. Maybe they show up and they pretend to be gods, right? But maybe they show up and they say, hey, this is what we found, and we've been around since, for 60 billion years, and this is what we got for you, this is what we think. And it's that understanding, this sort of collision of human belief regarding the universe and their understanding of the universe coming together in such a way that it forms a singularity, and it sort of alters human society from that point forward. That's the prophecy, the cyber prophecy that's out there. You have to keep in mind that the fact that the webbot predicted the current explosion in the price of silver is what we refer to as a temporal marker, right? So think of it like this. When the webbot gets one event right in a series of predicted events, the probability of the next prediction in that series of events being correct shoots through the roof, upper 90 percentile. So the fact that silver did what it did, and that was predicted as a major event for humanity, means that the next event in its prediction stream has an extremely high probability of occurring. You can think of it like that. That's the easy way, really, to explain it. And that next event is this upheaval of our economic system, because everything is tied to it. Everything. If you can alter that in such a way, in a very specific way, then you can alter the way humans even behave. And that's really what's taken place. It's a slow, gradual rolling of the snowball right now, but you're going to see it begin to pick up steam. There are a few analysts out there that are very well worth taking a look at. Raoul Paul is one of them out on YouTube. Take a look at him. He's a fascinating individual and an extremely wealthy, well-known financial analyst that has kind of gone rogue and does his own thing now and puts out some really interesting YouTube videos and helps explain the crypto market and stuff. But he can show you how when they pump up the liquidity in any system, which is what they're doing now with lowering interest rates, right? And they have to do it. This is all a natural mechanism of a fiat currency. They're doing exactly what you would expect it to do. The problem is that fiat currencies they have a built-in time bomb. And we're quickly approaching that stage where it just explodes, right? And so he's basically, Rob Paul is basically saying you can chart, put the Bitcoin chart right next to their liquidity chart, and they are one for one. When they pump liquidity, the price of Bitcoin goes straight up. Well, guess what they're doing? They're pumping liquidity. Why does it go straight up? Because it's seen as an alternative to a currency that is under constant debasing by the printing machines. That's why. There's only ever going to be 21 million Bitcoins. That's all that can ever be mined. Period. That is a disappearing asset, right? The Webbot predicts a future where you have a tiny little micro, like 0.0003641% of a Bitcoin, right? And you're still a millionaire. That's because it has such a limited amount that's available to all of these entities that are going to end up possessing it. There's a lot of other really interesting technological reasons why there's value to Bitcoin, but all you need to know is that the powers that be are migrating onto the blockchain because they can see what's about to happen. That's interesting. Even major precious metal analysts are saying that they're going to tokenize precious metals. So all of that is pointing in the same direction, and it was all predicted by the Webbot. And all of this is going to happen about the same time that 3i Atlas shows up to the scene. There's some people out there that are saying this is a hostile entity of some kind. That hasn't been detected. I'm not saying that's not the case, but that hasn't been detected by the Webbot per se, or by the future forecasting group headed by Dick Calgeier and a world-class team of remote viewers that have all made themselves wealthy through predicting the price of cryptocurrencies, which, by the way, that's something for you guys out there. Like, if you want the best remote viewers in the world to give you their predictions on what they think is going to happen in the cryptocurrency market, there is no more valuable paranormal information source than that, in my opinion. And you can get a subscription to their site. It's futureforecastinggroup.com, and have access to all of their remote viewing information that will tell you that information. It's so if you're interested in that cross current of where paranormal meets financial, that is the crossroad right there. You can't get better than that. So, but just be aware that their findings and what they're saying is about to happen in the crypto market have all been reiterated and predicted a long time ago by the Webbot. So you're seeing 3 or 4 or 5 different avenues all pointing in the same direction. And that direction is a direction of major change and upheaval that's going to take place. And so let's say 3i Atlas gets here, and it's the other Anunnaki prince. It's Enlil. There's 2 of them. One's named Inky, the other one's named Enlil. Together, they sort of ruled the planet. Inky was the scientist, Enlil was the businessman. It's a very easy way to put it. Inky was married to a woman named Ninkar Sog. She went by the nickname Ninti. It means breath of life. She was a genetic scientist. Okay. She did all kinds of genetic work when she was here. She did all kinds of stuff. It was when she was here that all of the cereal grains began to appear, right? She actually developed all the cereal grains that we now possess, which are a total mystery in humanity. Nobody knows where they came from. Well, they came from her. There was a reason why she was, worshipped in ancient cultures like a mother goddess because she had all these abilities to manipulate genetics because she was a scientist from an advanced civilization and could do things like that. It wasn't magic, it was science. So, and, you know, Inky and his wife, Ninti, developed a worker for the Anunnaki hierarchy. They did this by taking like a chimpanzee-like creature, a primate, and they mixed it with their own DNA. In fact, it says that they mixed it with Inky's own DNA, right? And they produced a worker, and that worker was meant to work the gold mines because the Anunnaki came here for gold. There's a reason why humanity's still fascinated with gold to this day. See how all of this ties together in a fascinating way? The gold is mentioned in the Bible over 500 times. It's been money for 5,000 years. As far back as we can record, probably goes money all the way back to the Anunnaki. The so-called gods found it valuable, so why wouldn't humans, right? It's interesting that gold is only used in the jewelry trade. It's not really used industrially. Silver is used in every industry you can imagine. And all, 90% of all the silver ever mined has already been used up. Imagine what happens with that math on a 45-year cup and handle pattern. Kaboom. That's dynamite, is what that is. So, but they developed this worker, right? And a lot of people think that this was an early form of human. And the higher council, the so-called High Council of the Anunnaki, saw what they did, and it wasn't an approved experiment. And they made a ton of them, right? And they said, the hierarchy says, well, we got to correct this problem. And you did the unthinkable. You mixed royal Anunnaki DNA into this bloodline. Oh boy, we're going to have to just wipe that out. Wipe it out because it's an abomination. Well, the hierarchy of the Anunnaki make plans to do just that. And a lot of people believe that's where the Great Flood came from, right? Very interesting. But before that happened, one of Inky's direct lineal offspring, it is said, was Noah himself. And when you read the book of Enoch, Noah clearly has some crazy stuff going on. When he's born, he's able to have full conversations. He's born, he can talk with the best of them. And when every once in a while, when he opens his eyes, light will shine out of him. That's mentioned in the book of Enoch, right? Well, they conspire to save some of this human experiment, right, from the wrath of the High Council, and that becomes known to the High Council. Somebody tells on them, probably Enlil's spies, the brothers' spies. And that was seen as the unthinkable crime, the unforgivable sin, right? And so they leave Inky here with like a few of his followers, like 250 of them, and his wife. And that's it. And they take off for other planets and stuff like that, because they were approaching this phase of the descending part of the Kali Yuga. Everybody's like, why did they leave? Well, the descending part of the Kali Yuga, when you become blocked from the galactic center and it starts to block those rays again, is a really nasty time on this planet. You don't want to be here when that happens. That's when you have dark ages and everybody devolves instead of evolves, and they become dumber and more brutal and more brutish, and there's all kinds of wars and pestilence and all kinds of stuff takes place in the descending part of the Kali Yuga. And so they left, and they left them here. And what did they do? They went around the planet building monuments, building pyramids, building things like the structures in Iran that weigh, 350 tons for one block. Baalbek, I think is what it's called. And they went around and they built things with superior mathematical knowledge and nothing else that we can't even replicate to this day. Yeah, I've asked people this before. Imagine that you're a castaway on a desert island and you're left with no tools, no technology, no medical supplies, no food, no anything. What could you build? What would you build? Because most modern humans wouldn't be able to build much other than maybe a crappy old hut of some kind. And these guys, without anything, went around and built monuments using superior engineering and mathematical knowledge because they were Anunnaki, and we can't replicate any of that today. Now, these guys weren't immortal. They lived for many hundreds of years, though, and that led to their eventual deification by certain, ancient groups of humans deified them because they could live for generations, right? Humans would come and go, and these guys were still there, but eventually they did die. And the mystery of Rennes-le-Chateau conceals the mystery of where they buried Enki. And to make a very long story of the mystery of Rennes-le-Chateau, by the way, for any of you who are unfamiliar with that mystery, is the most fascinating in the world. It is the true, so-called Da Vinci Code, but he just made a bunch of fictional stuff up like any fictional writer and all that kind of stuff. But there's a grain in there, right? And that grain is this tomb that they've kept hidden forever. And it was discovered by researchers that there is a series of 5 mountain peaks in the south of France. Rennes-le-Chateau is the closest village to where this little field is in the center of these 5 naturally occurring mountain peaks. And there's a triangular field there, right? And some researchers who wrote the book, Key to the Sacred Pattern, which has everything to do with this, Henry Lincoln and Michael Bagent, and I forget who there were like 3 authors. They flew over that field and took aerial photographs of it. And when they developed those photographs, they saw that emblazoned out onto the field, they could clearly make out a winged serpent, right? Well, the winged serpent is an ancient Egyptian hieroglyph which referred to the star Sirius. That's interesting because a lot of people believe the Anunnaki also inhabit planets around Sirius. And what's really cool is that central to all of this mystery is an ancient painting, and it's known as the Shepherds of Arcadia. And it is apparent that through the medieval ages, groups that knew the secret of Enki's tomb kind of formed, these secret cabal groups, and they used Renaissance painters to conceal the knowledge of where this tomb was in their paintings. And one of these painters was a man named Nicolas Poussin. And you can look up his painting right now online. It's called The Shepherds of Arcadia, right? And there emblazoned on the front of the tomb is a inscription in Latin, and it says, Et in Arcadia ego. Into Arcadia I. Like an unfinished sentence, right? It doesn't really mean anything that you can ascertain. It's very interesting. It depicts 3 shepherds and a pregnant shepherdess looking at a tomb in the countryside of France. And on the inscription, it says, "Et in Arcadia ego." They were able to figure out that the background of where this was and the tomb, the actual sarcophagus that is depicted in that painting, was in fact in the south of France, very near this field. What's interesting is that I worked as a writer for a magazine that was called Dagobert's Revenge. It was edited by the late, great, now famous Tracy Twyman, who died under extremely mysterious circumstances. She was working as a freelance journalist in Portland, Oregon on the Jeffrey Epstein case, and her death has been widely considered to be not natural. So, but this magazine and her research led me to the inscription on the tomb. And then I understood what I was looking at was an anagram in Latin. And when you transpose all those letters around, you can form the Latin phrase, I tego dracena, Yah. I guard the dragon, Yah. Well, guess who Yah was? Yah was another Sumerian name for Enki. And at the center of that field where they went, they found a sacred ritual bathing basin in the middle of a copse of trees, and not far from there, a farmhouse that they believe is the actual entrance to the tomb of what I think is Enki. They believe it to be perhaps the tomb of some other biblical figure, but all of the inscriptions point to it being Enki. And we will tackle another rabbit hole next week, guys. Join me on PIA Radio Live and stay tuned for VIXEN'S Vault.
Great job, Jack. Thanks.
Yeah,
thank you. Another one under our belt.
There you go.
All right. I'll catch up with you next week and check out when I take and post up the archives. All right?
Okay, sounds good, sir.
All right. I'll catch up with you later.
Right.
I'm going to get Nancy up and rolling here in just a minute.
Okay.
All right.
Sounds good. I'll see you later.
All right. Take care.
All right, you too.
Here we go. That was Jack Carey with Paranormal Intelligence Agency. We're getting ready for the VIXEN'S Vault with her Legion of Chaos. Look out, cats, dogs, and kids, because there's a lot of chaos going on in that group. Let's see if I can find folks. 1, 2, 3. Vicky. David. Hello, hello, hello.
What the hell kind of a noise was that?
I don't know.
Okay. There we go. David Campione.
I'm trying to get him in. Yeah. Let's see.
I'm here. I just have my mute on, my mic on mute. My muted mic.
Muted
mic muted.
Mic muted. Yep.
Yeah. Yeah. There's Vicky. There's Nancy. There's Mark, and there's Roger.
Yeah,
wow.
And there's Mark too.
It's David Capione right there in the flesh.
Far corner.
Yep.
Yeah.
Legion of Chaos. Bum, bum, bum,
Let Raphael know.
bum, 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 bum.
Where's Mark Edworthy? I want his head to explode tonight.
Again?
Oh.
No, it came close. I had to hold back on some information because I didn't want that to happen. But then I rethought about it and I was like, "Whoa, hold on, dude. That was so close the last time."
Well, put it on video before it, so we can watch it explode.
Yeah, we want evidence.
Let me get Jason in here. me see if Jason.
He hates audio.
Trying to get Jason in here too.
Raphael.
There's Rafi.
Hey, Jay.
What's going on, guys?
Raph.
There we go.
Hey, what's up? How's everybody?
Hanging in there.
All right.
Oh boy, I'm ready for a Thanksgiving break. I really am.
Thanksgiving.
We got a whole month here.
Halloween first.
That's 6 weeks, Mark.
I know. I'm ready. I'm ready for break. I really am.
You could have thrown us a bone and said,
No.
We can do a Charlie Kirk observation break.
No.
No.
You know I only schedule 2 breaks for a whole year. All right?
Yes.
Mark, how long have you been working with me? You know this.
Oh, yes. Yes, we know. We know.
There he is.
I am a creature of habit and circumstances sometimes.
Well, when it comes to food, then everybody's a creature of habit. You put a turkey in front of me and that bad boy's gone. I call that repetition and more repetition.
Repetition and more repetition. That's pretty creative there.
Repetition and restitution?
Well, did he just say prostitution?
No, restitution.
Oh. That's what I heard. Oh, okay.
This is going downhill really quickly.
I'm Gamma.
Yeah, you tell him. You can't do that. Zeus is with me right now. Settle down.
We can hear Zeus.
There's the pup. Whose dog's that? Is that Mark's or Nancy's?
No, my dogs are little.
That's Zeus.
Zeus, huh?
Zeus, yeah.
He's like Zeus don't work.
That's Nina's dog. I'm dog sitting in between. He's 30 seconds by the way. Yeah, he's the he's the assistant associate producer next to David. All right.
Okay. He's going to bark whenever we go on break, right?
He's going to complain about language. Anyways, here's your countdown. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And you are live and on the radio set for the first time right now.
And welcome everybody to the Vixen's Vault. Today's date is Wednesday, October the 15th, 2025. It is 9 p.m. Eastern Central Time. Eastern something time, standard. There we go. That's the word I'm looking for. Eastern Standard Time. Welcome to the show, everybody. It's been an incredible week. I know I've had lots of fun with science and lots of other special projects going on. There seems to be a lot of information lately surfacing on not just current events insofar as UFOlogy goes, but past events. Like I've seen a real interesting dynamic, especially on different, I guess you could say, forums and social medias that I follow that are kind of in that groove where I'm seeing a lot of remember whens being posted, like different sightings in 1953, different sightings in the 1930s, sightings in early 1900s, like 1910, 1911. And like a very good, I guess you could say, biographic on what occurred. And I'm kind of impressed to see it because, and I actually repost it every time I see it. It doesn't matter what social media I'm on. When I see it, I'll copy it and put it over to all my other social media accounts, simply because I really think people need to understand the history of ufology, especially with all the hubbub going on with Atlas. I think they need to kind of get into the groove that, when you start hearing the government and other entities issue warnings about a comet that's not really a comet because it's only firing out one side and it's the wrong side. I will say that. I will say that. That stupid thing is, in fact, my friend CM Wong, who not only is a doctor of immunology, but he's also, this man writes gaming code like nobody's business. But he was sharing an article about it, and he basically was saying how it was letting go of basically water, hydrogen. It was letting go of water, and they've said it's like leaving a water trail. And I'm like, wait a minute, let me get this right. So it's peeing on everything it passes, and he he's known me a long time, so he started laughing. He was like, "Leave it to you to see it that way." I'm like, "Oh yeah, I mean, it's like literally pissing on all the planets it's passing. That's great." But yeah, I'm not going to lie and say, guys, this is a normal comet. It's behaving normally. It's not. It is really not. But I'm also not one to jump on the whole alien invasion train. If I'm going to jump on any train that involves any kind of maybe intelligent beings operating this thing, I would say it's something coming home before I'd go to it's something coming to visit. And I say that with utmost sincerity and a lot of honesty, because like I said, there's a lot about our space program that has been hidden from us. And it's been hidden from us for a very long time. And I see Mark Edworthy with that grin and chagrin going on over there. He's my skeptic. But, you know, Mark, you and I had that discussion about like being able to hack somebody's, brain. And here for the last month, I have been posting technology articles showing very clearly how easy that is, and the fact that there are patents involved that have been on there for a while.
Indeed. I was just laughing because of what I posted in chat the other day. That Lotus Eaters video, and I followed it up with the War of the Worlds, the musical. So I just found that amusing.
But I mean, are you with me at least on this? I know I really respect you. You're a highly intelligent person. And I know you and I don't agree. We don't see eye to eye on a lot of things. I think I'm more outside the box than you are. Maybe. But would you at least not agree or disagree that it's highly unusual to see governments crying, the sky is falling, when it comes to anything that deals with space? Really, unless you don't hear this.
I've not heard anything outside of the US and the British media. I've not heard anything about this except for the Lotus Eaters. But outside of US reporting, nothing.
Michio Kaku chimed in on
with the
this.
exception of an Indian report, a report from one of the Indian media outlets.
It's weird. As I've gotten older and I've learned more, I used to see the Indian media as something very unique. And now I don't. Now I see it as almost as much propaganda as I see our own media here in the States. And I see a lot of Indian and United States going back and forth, like a synchronicity between our media outlets. And, it goes to figure because literally the richest people in the United States are the Indians. They're people from India. And I don't think most Americans realize that. If you look at our richest people in this country, the richest group of minority people that live in the United States are from India. So they have more millionaires in this country than you would even imagine. So it does go to figure that they would have some hand with the media and that they would be very interested in how our media plays out because it benefits them. But like I said, it's just to hear, somebody like Michio Kaku talk about this comet, and he did talk about it. And I mean, I was like, wow, because he is somebody I do respect highly in the scientific community. I respect him more than pretty much anybody else. And, he was pretty blunt about it, saying, yeah, I mean, the odds are if the information we're being given is indeed factual. And I like the way he premises that, because he's right. You never know whether or not, because you can't trust anybody. You can't trust the government. You can't trust science. You can't trust any of it, because everything is literally about profit, fear, and control. And it's all controlled. So it's hard when you hear somebody like Michio say, if what they're telling us is true, then, it's very hard to determine that this would be an object that was naturally formed. And it was a very beat around the bush way to say that, yeah, this was a created object. Somebody made it. You can't say it's man-made because, that would be a far stretch. But I believe it is man-made. If it is indeed what they say it is, I think it's something that's ours.
Presidential palace with the
somebody's got something going on in the background. Rafi, it's you. There you go. Thank you, babe.
Sorry.
That's okay. But I mean, I honestly, knowing our space programming, knowing that we've got a lot of information that's been sat on for a very long time, knowing that the technology's been there since at least the 1930s, knowing that we've done reverse technology on quite a bit. Yeah, I could definitely see us having a large ship capable of going great distances in space. I don't see that as an impossibility. And I know they say, but by the science, we're not that far progressed yet. No, by the science you're talking to us about. And that is the problem. And I think a lot of the science that they teach is incorrect. And I think they do that on purpose. I don't think they want us at the level they're at. They don't want us anywhere close to it. It's again, I find Atlas a very intriguing little trick. And I know they're doing the little countdown now because it's supposed to come at its closest approach to us. I think they said in late October, early November. But then,
well, we're not supposed to see it until December, right? It's whipping around the sun, and the first time we're supposed to actually get a look at it is early December, if I'm right.
well, and they say that the actual telltale, the trigger, in other words, the reality check will come as it approaches the sun. Because if it's truly a comet, it'll start to melt off as it approaches the sun, and you'll be able to see that vaporous trail of the melt off. If it does not do that, it's most likely not a comet, at least not by classical definition in any way, shape, or form. So, again, I find it interesting. So everybody keep your eyes to the sky. You know, Halloween night. Well, now Halloween night, definitely keep your eyes on everything around you. You never know. But as things are heading on, you know, keep your eyes skyward. If you've got a telescope, I think they said you would be able to see it through a telescope, just not with the naked eye. What's interesting, though, is that we've had 2 comets in the past 2 months that you've been actually able to see with the naked eye, which is, I thought that was really interesting because I'm like, you know, nobody's posting pictures of these suckers. Once in a while, I'll see it. You know, somebody will post something and I'll be like, oh, that's cool. But like even last night, SpaceX did one of their Starship tests out of Texas last night. And it was a low orbit test, which is different than what they normally do. And we were able to see it here in Tampa very clearly. I mean, it freaked a lot of people out because they never told Florida that we'd be able to visibly see it. Normally we cannot see the Texas launches. We can see the Florida launches clear as day, but the Texas launches, no, it's way over on the other side of the Gulf of Mexico. But this thing came low orbit, and like I said, it freaked a lot of people out. They thought it was a comet, a meteor, because it was just this streak with like the way SpaceX and any kind of actually orbital vehicle like that, even the ones that take off here from Cape Canaveral, they have this like V to them. So you can tell there's a propulsion behind them. And sure enough, people all along the coastline were taking shots and sending it to the poor news guys. I felt bad for them. We're going to die. We're going to die. Like, no, that's just SpaceX. Y'all should be used to it, but it's on the wrong coast. And they're like, yeah, that's because it's over in Texas. It's just in a lower orbit. So for anybody who was not aware and saw the object last night, obviously we're still fine. All right. Moving on from that. I did post a few things that it does kind of wrap into what I want Roger to continue with tonight, because we're going to continue the discussion we were having last week, because I thought it was really going to some very interesting places. Now, I think Mark, my producer, Mark Watashek, found it to be a very dry subject. He thought people had a hard time keeping up with it. I did not see it that way. I thought Roger did a great job with a presentation on that. And I think what he didn't bring down to a logic, the rest of us kind of chimed in and wrapped it down to a layman term where pretty much everybody can understand it. Because trust me, in this subject matter, if we can understand it, we're going to be able to break it down for everybody else to be able to understand it. Now, if we can't understand it, Roger's crap out of luck and on his own. But for the most part, we got But I did post like today or yesterday in chat. I posted an article I found. It's a recent article, believe it or not, but it's about your DNA, the double helix, and how it is basically, it can be utilized as an electromagnetic antenna. And I'm guys, how many times have I said it? How many times have you all heard me say that your DNA is built like a superconductor? It oscillates, it transmits, it receives. And in all likeliness, it's some kind of a router or antenna that is genetically built into us. I've always believed that. It's why I can remote view. It's why I do that when I sleep. I think for some reason my DNA is tuned to certain frequencies that I pick up. That's why I can basically hear earthquakes. I can hear them. I get a pitch in my ear. It's crazy, but I do get it. It's probably because my DNA is picking it up. It's picking up a frequency and it's translating correctly through my neural net. With that being said, Roger, let's talk neural nets, brother.
Okay, so,
I'm gamma if you're gamma.
so basically what it comes down to is it's in circuit terms, it's the feedback loop that allows adaptation. Every successful adjustment becomes a stored rhythm, a literal neural memory balance. Okay, so you have these neural circuits that don't just transmit impulses, they form oscillatory networks. And through gamma, theta, and alpha rhythms, they synchronize like distant regions of the brain that so that separate systems behave as one. You know what I mean?
It's consciousness. Yeah.
So
that's how we're conscious.
Question, Roger. Does it kind of link into why I always say that I see everything in patterns?
Yes.
It's one of the reasons I made a very, very, very strong anon, because I see patterns a mile and a half away. They stick out to me. Is that why?
Yeah, patterns are a big deal when it comes to this topic. Now, with a lot of this, you go and you listen to something that Nikola Tesla once said. Now, he said, if you want to find the secrets of the universe, think in terms of energy, frequency, and vibration. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
And now, to him, this wasn't a metaphor. Okay, it was a cosmology where he believed the universe itself was a living waveform.
I actually agree with that.
Okay.
I 100% agree with that.
he honestly believed that. And to understand that, you have to realize that resonance to him was a natural synchronization of oscillation. And it was the key to understanding how everything connects. This would be atoms. This would be our minds. This would be planets. And this would even be the stars. Now, to test this idea, Tesla built his laboratory in Colorado Springs to prove that the Earth itself could conduct energy. Okay? He imagined the planet as potential vibration that could carry power, communication, and thought across vast distances. And I think that's something that a lot of people who really get into Tesla keeps forgetting, that one basic fact. That was exactly why he built that laboratory in Colorado Springs in the first place. And he called it the transmission of intelligence through the Earth. This is what he believed in. So by using high voltage oscillators, Tesla created electrical discharge that climbed into the air, which coincidentally looked like serpents. If you look at the photographs of Tesla and that electrical current that's going on, it looks like serpents. And what it was basically doing is, after he or after that discharge, he would note rhythmic pulses that would echo back into his equipment. And this led him to believe that he had discovered Earth's natural tone. Okay. This to him was evidence that the Earth possessed a frequency or a pulse that could be tuned into.
Would that be the Schumann resonance?
That's exactly what that would be. Okay. But you got to understand that wasn't discovered until after Tesla's death.
Tesla. Yeah, no, I know that.
You know, that's another important thing to bring up. A lot of people thought he was eccentric because of his views during the time period, but he was validated after his death whenever the Schumann resonances were actually discovered. So, and that is important to understand, you know, because a lot of people, whenever they hear Tesla, they think, oh, he's just, whatever, you know, but they got to understand that his theories weren't validated. Most of them weren't validated until after his death had occurred.
Well, his theories were stolen.
Yeah, weren't they taken? His papers were taken. Yeah.
By John Trump. By John Trump, actually. John Trump had control of the Tesla papers through the FBI. They were
somebody thought he was smart. Somebody thought he was smart if they would do that.
I mean, even his 369 theory is, I mean, the man's brain was different. That's the only, it's like he was part and parcel of the universe, and he was the human, I guess you could say, explanation. Like, he defined it in ways that I always find it interesting. Somebody like Tesla, if he's not willing to play the game, and obviously he wasn't, because he died dirt poor. I mean, dirt poor. He did not play the political game. Einstein played the political game. Edison played the political game. All the big names that we hear, and when we think Brainiac, yep, that's the person we think of these people. Tesla's not on that list usually, unless you are a real, I guess you could say your endeavor is to understand the universe. Mm-hmm. If that is your endeavor, you do know Tesla, and you know him well. Because the man had not, I won't even say eccentric theories. I don't think they're eccentric at all. I think he was dead on.
Mm-mm. Even modern neuroscience recognizes things like the fact that human consciousness operates through rhythmic synchronization, you know?
Yeah.
And that's where neural circuits fire in patterns, creating like coherence across, well, like I said, distant regions in the brain. You know, they understand that.
That makes up the consciousness with the connections.
It makes sense when you realize that you're nothing but billions of oscillating particles. You're not really solid. Mm-hmm. Once you understand that there has to be frequencies that cause those particles to oscillate at such a closeness that they become a solid visual. And it is, here's the thing, guys, it's what we see. It's actually a perception. Mm-hmm. It's not real. You never really touch anybody. You don't. You actually have an electromagnetic field that repels at the last second. It's your brain sending a message saying that you're touching. Even when you get hurt, you never actually impact. Like a bullet doesn't actually really impact you. It's your brain saying, okay, you've been impacted. Now we're making a hole. Here we go. That is how powerful your brain is. And if you don't believe me, look it up. I'm not lying to you. This is science. This has been proven. Your brain is
somebody who, have you ever seen that where they think, they put somebody in a state and they say, oh, well, you've been burned by this or whatever, and all of a sudden their skin will react like that because that's what they think is happening.
Yep. Yeah. In fact, there was an X-Files on that, and I always found it one of the most intriguing X-Files ever done because it basically showed the power of suggestion to the brain. The brain makes suggestion reality if it's convinced enough that it's real. So it's amazing when you really think about it and you say, God, you know, it's why conception is such a huge mystery.
The thing that really stuck out to me last week, though, was whenever I was talking about things like vines and roots, or vines and ladders and everything. If you notice, every single one of you focused in on the spiral.
Yep.
Okay. Every single one of you had a comment about those spirals. Didn't even care about the vines or the ladder or nothing else. You know what I mean? Even in the chat set thing, it had to do with the spiral. Then we started talking about what was it? Well, okay, these loops. All right. That's what I started out with, like it's feedback loop. Loop. You know what I mean? That's really one thing that really stuck out to me whenever we finished that. It was like, and it always happens. Everybody always focuses on that subject whenever it comes to what we were discussing there, you know?
And here's the thing. We're about to spiral into a break. Hold that thought so Mark does not spiral out of control. Folks, we shall return in just a few moments with the Vixen's Vault and more on spirals, because we're all spiraling now. We'll be right back, guys.
All right, we are on radio break. And there is a question from the D-Live chat. Svetlana wants to know if you were affected, MC, by this 3-hour-a-day streaming only thing too. Because I am.
Actually,
I am.
I could tell you where. That's why I'm hosting Kick. I'm just mirroring it via OBS. No, I'm kind of surprised, and I really can't figure it out. I've thought about, well, I've never cashed out. I've thought about, I've heard it's 3 hour, something about 3 hours.
I got an email. Yeah, they will cut you off. That's why this is the only show that's going to be streamed there tonight.
I've gotten no emails from them. I streamed a 14-hour stream the day before.
Check my.
I don't get it.
Check my. I did send you. I did send you a chat or a copy of the email that I got in my in the Telegram, so you can check that out. Or what it says. I think it's crappy because it doesn't say if it's going to be evaluated or not, or reevaluated. It just said that
it's totally crappy. It seems like they're trying to save bandwidth or something like that, and they just can't figure out a way to do it.
But PSB is an echo chamber. Is the echo chamber over there with, kind of what we do too. And they're not affected by it at all. But then again, they have someone that switches out every 3 hours to start a new stream to them. Yeah. So maybe
after they change the terms, the TOS. They probably changed. That probably just came up recently, but it doesn't say that that any of us that are affected by this are going to be reevaluated, and how long it's going to take for us to get back to normal streaming, if we will ever get back to normal streaming, or if it's just going to be they're only going to allow 3 hours of live stream every day by people.
Well, that's really lame, and if they pull that with me, there'll be a secondary platform. I'll bump on right over to Rumble or Kick or wherever.
Come over to Kick with me. And head up. Yeah. Well,
I have an account there. I just don't ever run it.
Yeah, you need to pop in. Svetlana has a whole lot to say. Yeah, pop into my D-Live chat and see.
Oh, do you have a? Oh, your D-Live chat is open. Okay. Yeah, very good.
Yeah, I just started streaming about a couple minutes after we started. I wanted to make sure that I could actually get a stream in tonight with them, to see if I was going to get kicked
Okay,
off
yeah,
or
'cause
not.
folks can watch it at D Live from my channel.
Yeah. Oh, you're restreaming it from my Kick?
I'm restreaming it from Kick.
Okay, good.
Yeah, from
yeah,
your
that's
Kick.
my Kick
Yep,
account.
yep.
That's going to be probably one of my strongest, either there or over at what's the other one?
Alrighty.
Any of them are really good. Normally, I have people go to D Live because it's usually the cleanest, for restream if they're going to restream. But now I can't do that.
Telling you, D Live is something
But
else.
let all that smut on there,
Yeah,
that's ridiculous.
Well, yeah, that's probably, they probably, they didn't say if I violated anything,
I would
30 seconds, folks.
D Live a long time ago if it wasn't for you guys suggesting that I stay on there, right? Just saying. I mean,
yeah. Well, there's a lot of good people there, but that I have connected with, like you, Jason, and DK and Svetlana, and there's a group of people over there. Here's your countdown, anyways. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and you're live and on the radio side right now.
9:29 p.m. Wednesday, October 15th, 2025. Welcome back to the Vixen's Vault. Roger, continue. Spirals, my man. Spirals.
Okay, so like I was saying before, neuroscience recognizes that human consciousness does operate through rhythmic synchronization, where natural circuits fire in patterns, and they create coherence across distant regions of the brain. Now, this goes into what I was discussing previously about climbing fibers and mossy fibers in the cerebral, the cerebellum. Now, these are conduits that deliver order and transformation, much like Tesla's idea of the Earth's energy system. Okay, now mossy fibers and climbing fibers also maintain structured rhythm and raw signals that drive adaptation, learning, and that mirrors Tesla's concept of resonant induction. And if you want to know what that is, that's kind of like a dance between stable frequency and disruptive amplitude. So when you look at that and you compare it to consciousness, you see that consciousness is a living waveform that continuously retunes through experience, emotion, and perception. Now, intuitively, Tesla may have been describing what the brain does naturally, which is transmitting vibrations through a field of living matter. And this is when he spoke about the earth as a conductor of sound. So with that, you got to understand that both systems depend on coherence, are capable of feedback, amplification, self-organization, and when pushed beyond a threshold, they can achieve what Tesla referred to as magnificent resonance. And this is a point at which energy ceases to dissipate and begins to flow freely. So here is what I say about it. If the cosmos itself vibrates, then the brain's rhythmic synchrony could be like a small-scale model of universal resonance. And this kind of goes into something that I didn't want to get into because it goes into another project that I've been working on that I call the Cosmic Weave. But you guys have been having these interesting conversations in chat, and plus some comments that were made in the last episode. I had to add it in because it goes into this. This is supposed to be just about Thanatron, you know what I mean? But this is the beginning steps to what would eventually become my other project, which is the Cosmic Weave. And
I actually I have a piece of writing. It's something I have two different pieces I've been working on that I've written. One I showed you guys. The other one is called Cosmic Weaver.
Mm-hmm.
And it's kind of lightly based on my experiences. It's a fictionalized face of it, but some of the things in it are very true. But I've had people refer to me as a Cosmic Weaver multiple times. I just think it's so weird that you're calling it a Cosmic Weave, because I'm like, I thought that was pretty unique, naming the book Cosmic Weaver, because I've never really heard that before. And when somebody said it to me, I was like, oh, I like that. That's a nice term. It's kind of like a metaphysician. I have a friend that calls herself a metaphysician. I'm like, oh, I like that term. That's kind of cool. But yeah, I find it very interesting because I do think you're right. I think even biblically it can be wrapped in, because, they say that God created mankind in his own image. And if you look at your brain and the way your entire body works and think it could be like a nanospeck mirror image of the universe. I do. That's very, very accurate, actually. And I've always said that. It's so weird how you keep saying things copied. Like, even the way a computer works, you can compare a computer to a human any day of the week, 90 times a day. There's so many things that are very similar to different things within a computer. You have the software, you have the hardware, you've got a hard drive, you've got, your cloud, you've got all these things that I can actually perceptively attribute to different things within the human body. So I've always said that. Was a computer actually made in a way to kind of mimic a human?
It gets a little bit weirder because...
Oh, go for it. I love weird.
Now this goes from the cerebellum and the climbing fibers and the mossy fibers into the thalamus. Now, a lot of people love to call this the hypothalamus. I'm used to just calling it the thalamus for some reason. But the deal about that is like when it comes, let me figure out what. Now, when it comes to this whole thing about the thalamus, you got to understand that it regulates states of consciousness, sleep, and wakefulness, and it contributes to the generation and the maintenance of oscillatory rhythms within your brain. Okay. Now, this is important to sleep patterns where thalamocortical neurons synchronize, and they create brain waves that determine different sleep stages. Now, while awake, the thalamus also allows certain stimuli to reach the cortex while filtering out what it determines to be relevant noise, and also preventing like sensory overload. It also acts like a gatekeeper for sensory information. Now, this controls the flow of information to the brain, which also allows alertness and focus. Now, the weird part about this, and this is just my personal belief, Mark Edworthy would tell me that this is conjecture, which, yes, it is conjecture. It's my conjecture. But I personally believe that this can be an explanation for a few things that concern ufology. Okay? Lost time is when abductees and witnesses have experienced a lapse in time while seeing unidentified flying objects. Now, for me, I ask, are these abductees and witnesses actually seeing what they think they're seeing, or is it a mechanism being used? Is there a mechanism being used to make them see what they can only comprehend? Or maybe instead of seeing what it actually is, it could be a manipulation of our biological functions through technology.
It's possible, but it also but UFOlogy is not the only time you have lost time. Like the Mothman Prophecy is another condition where you had the reporter who lost, a half an evening driving between Washington, D.C. and Point Pleasant, West Virginia, has no recollection of the drive at all, lost that whole time period in between. And yet his watch only showed, I think it was like a 15-minute or 20-minute difference. Yet he drove all that distance.
Now, have you ever seen the Mothman statue they made out there in that town in West Virginia? That is a trip that they would take that much money and make that really cool looking statue.
I have been to Point Pleasant, and I can tell you there's something very strange there. As a person who's super sensitive to electromagnetic energy, which I am, it's a very, very strange area. And I will tell you that they still to this day cannot debunk what occurred on the Sterling Bridge. They can't debunk that. And that's a weird thing to have not debunked, because that was a huge tragedy, a big one.
Yeah, people there swear by it.
Yep. And they swear by what happened. And I can tell you that I actually had dated a guy years ago whose mother is on the Mothman list. In other words, there's a list of people. I'm trying to remember the name of the guy who keeps the list. Oh my God. These used to be people I talk to all the time too. And for some reason I can't recall his name, but he keeps a running list of people who, like my friend's mother, she was diagnosed with a cancer that only children get, children under the age of 6. She was in her 60s. Mm-hmm. When she was on her deathbed in the hospital, she was drawing the Mothman, almost identical to what was drawn by the residents of Point Pleasant before the Sterling Bridge collapsed. Now, what I find even more interesting is that if you look at the renditions of the Mothman drawn by those residents and his mother, the people who've drawn it, basically, if you compare that to a statue of the Thunderbird, which was unearthed in the 1980s. So Mothman, the Sterling Bridge occurred in the early 1970s, late 1960s, early 1970s, somewhere in there. In the 1980s, there was, hold on 1 minute, stop it. Sorry. In the 1980s, there was a statue of the Thunderbird unearthed in, I believe it was New Mexico. And it is identical to the drawings. I mean, it's so identical, it gives you goosebumps. So then you have to start questioning the Native American lore on the Thunderbird. Was the Thunderbird maybe the Mothman? That they, because it had the same red glowing eyes. It fits the lore. And we know that area, that's the Algonquin Indians up there in Point Pleasant, West Virginia. And that area is very sacred to them. And what's really, really cool about that area is almost all seashells. Like, I did an exploration when I was there. I was all over the place in Point Pleasant. And I was not there, by the way, for paranormal reasons. I was there because there was a person I was really close to whose grandfather was dying in a hospital in Point Pleasant. And we had to get there. We had to get him there before the father died, or the grandfather. So here we are traveling to the Majestic Mountains, which anybody who's driven that area knows those mountains are gorgeous, but they're also a little perilous. And we're flying through these mountains, trying to get them there on time. And as we're driving in to Point Pleasant, I don't know what made me do it. And my kids will vouch for it. They were in the car. I suddenly grabbed the steering wheel as we were coming up on a bend and said, pull the car over, and just pulled the car. Like, pulled the wheel, got us off the road. As I did that, a semi truck was coming around the bend the other way in our lane. And I remember thinking, what made me do that? Because I don't know what made me do it. I got uncomfortable when I saw what a blind turn it was. I was just like, get off the road, pull the wheel, off we went, and that truck came around. We would have been dead if I hadn't pulled the wheel. We made it to the hospital with 1 minute to spare. His grandfather literally died as he walked into the room. So right there, Point Pleasant had me offset. Like, it was already like hitting my radar. I didn't even know about the Mothman at that point. This is like in the 90s. Had no idea about the Mothman. So basically, that's why I found out about the Mothman, what Jason mentioned, the statue. I'm in downtown Point Pleasant. And I have to tell you, there are people in Point Pleasant. I think I've said this on the show before. They had, like, it was the weirdest experience. If you've ever met somebody, not somebody who's evil, not somebody who's really good, but somebody who's like soulless, I ran into like 4 or 5 people in Point Pleasant where I swear to you, there was a blankness to them. Like, I'm very empathic. I can feel people a mile away. And this was like, it was a dead zone.
Yeah.
And
another thing though that gets me about this too is not just the Mothman and UFOs, but like these could also be programs that are developed by like through the government as well,
yes.
like with DARPA, MK Ultra, and HARP.
I was about to go there, Roger.
You know,
because while I was there, we were in an area that it was for lack of a better word, it was a gorge, but there was a dugout area, and there were government signs everywhere, and there were chain link fence, do not trespass, keep out, blah 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 blah. And I remember kind of looking at actually the sister, and I'm looking at her, and I'm like, why? I don't understand. It's like it's middle of nowhere. And she goes, oh, well, according to locals, there's tunnels there, government tunnels, and they've tunneled in underneath like. I was like, really? And she's like, yeah, there's like multiple tunnels down there. And I was like, okay, but it's all seashell. That was the other thing that I found weird. The whole area was like seashells everywhere. I mean, Point Pleasant, West Virginia is like West Virginia. It's not on the ocean. But the whole gorge was like seashells everywhere.
Mm-hmm.
Isn't that a place where they had the Indian burial ground too?
Yes. Yes. Yes, and that's why I'm saying there are so many things and there were Mothman sightings by those Native Americans. Yeah. That's also a big Bigfoot area.
Mm-hmm.
It's breathtakingly beautiful. I have to tell you, it's really beautiful. But in fact, I even thought about moving there at one point, and then I thought, yeah, no, people are too weird in this town. It's a really weird town. And honest to God, there's no industry. There's like no industry. I mean, unless you're a coal miner or you're in the mining business or you're doing administration for mining, there's really no jobs to be had.
Is it tourism? You know, people come to see it. Yeah.
They do get a lot, especially after the movie, The Mothman Prophecy came out, and the book by John Keel, The Mothman Prophecy. Yeah, that actually did cause a surge in tourism, but that's pretty much all they have. There's really nothing else. It was kind of like oh my gosh, the granite stones that were just destroyed. What was that? The Georgia Guidestones. The Georgia Guidestones were known to a select few.
Mm-hmm.
You know, not a lot of people were generally aware of them until they were destroyed.
Just out of curiosity, what's the population of that town?
Point Pleasant. I think it's under 100,000. It's a small town.
Okay. So yeah, it makes sense from tourism. Yeah, that makes sense actually.
I mean, they've got a great hospital there. I can tell you that much. But it's just
West Virginia is the cheapest state to live in, and that's probably why. No work.
There's really nothing there. It's coal mining territory. That's why when Biden was running for office, I was kind of laughing, going, "You idiot! Why are you talking about closing down mining? You just lost that entire belt because they're not gonna. That's their sustenance. That's all they have." And then I thought, what did they find lithium in West Virginia in that area or something? Because that's the only thing I could think that would outweigh coal mining.
Now, if you want, I can move on with the next thing, because the next thing I want to talk about is plasticity in the brain.
Do you want to hold? Because it's 9:47. I have to take us out to break in like 7 minutes. Do you want to try to synopsize what you want to talk about after the break, or do you want to begin with plasticity once the break is done?
Well, we could probably do that. I just wanted to kind of go over what we were talking about with before about the thalamus, basically.
Okay.
And so like there have been unique insights with research into brain function and plasticity. Okay, that have shown that personality and cognitive changes can occur due to damage in different parts of the brain. But cognitive recoveries, though, have been observed due to the brain's ability to reroute functions over time. This brings us to synaptic change, which is synaptic change, long-term potential, and depression. And that's how circuits learn, where each repetition strengthens a connection, raising the signal up. Basically, the ladder of probability is it rises the signal up. Now, this is the equivalence of the climb, the evolution through repetition, where the cerebellum's layered architecture even resembles a spiral globe when it's mapped in a 3D dimensional tectography, or I believe is how they pronounce that. Tractography is how it's referred to. Now, this leads us into what we can talk about after the break, which is it goes into Tesla's vision about resonance. So I can stop it there if you want. But basically, that is where when we were talking the last time about, you were talking about that monkey wrench with people who have issues mentally and stuff like that. The whole thing that's about is about plasticity, okay, and being able to reroute the brain and the damage that's done to it and stuff like that. To me, I also think that is another tool that can be used against us as well. You know what I mean? I think that there's a lot of research that's going into that, where people are actually being manipulated psychologically.
Well, I will agree with that. And I dropped an article in the chat about basically hacking the brain, and the fact it's a Google patent from 2018 that shows that they are very much on board and know very much what they're doing. And what I stated when I posted that particular patent was that if they are putting this to the public, in other words, that patent is publicly available, you can pull it up at any time you want. If that is publicly available, they've been doing it for 30 years already. Because again, they do not make technology like that available to the public, even in patent form, until they've upgraded. So basically, what we see has been upgraded. It's kind of like people get freaked out when I show them the 3M patent for adrenochrome. You know, everybody rolled their eyes and says, "Oh, the Anons are crazy. They don't know what they're talking. Adrenochrome. Oh my God, they're in a fantasy world. They watch too many Dracula movies." No, dude. Adrenochrome was patented by one of the largest companies in the world. 3M is a massive company. And by the way, 3M also started as an underground boring company. Let me just put that out there. Tunnels.
Yeah,
Dumbs.
that's bad.
Was in Fear and Loathing as well, the movie Fear and Loathing in Las Vegas. And you know they kept that as realistic as possible.
Yep.
Yeah.
I mean, even the Countess Dracula, if you've ever seen that movie, that is actually based off an actual countess who lived in medieval times, who would kill her female servants, her young female servants, and pay
I
them
love that story.
It's Countess of Bathory, right?
Yep.
I love that story. And the band, dude. I love Bathory, the band. I love it.
Wasn't her name Carmilla?
No, that was a different one, but she's cool too.
Oh God. But like I said, there's an element of truth to these things. And, you know, like I said, for 3M to hold the patent on adrenochrome and the processing of adrenochrome,
That doesn't say good things about America, does it?
Well, they also held the patent on the masks for COVID, which, by the way, a lot of local government officials made a fortune off of because, 3M owns the patent on the N95. So basically, all these masks that were being distributed, they were kickbacking to all the local mayors and governors to distribute their N95s, which before COVID had a nice, I know as a medic, they had a nice warning on it before COVID that would say, warning, do not use this mask inappropriately or incorrectly. Do not wear for longer than 20 minutes at a time, or else death can result. And the warning has a skull and crossbones on it. So that disappeared during COVID. I'm like, oh my God, these idiots are wearing N95s all day. And then they're going to wonder why they have a massive respiratory issue in like a year, because you can't wear things like that constantly like that. It's really bad for you.
Did you know that the PCR test that they use to check for COVID, right on it says not to be used to treat any disease or diagnose any ailment? It says it right on the PCR test.
The guy who invented it basically said it was went public and said it was a huge scam, and then he dies. Then he dies. And it was funny because the FDA pulled the PCR tests in like 2022, but with very little they didn't put any public notice out about it. They just pulled the damn test because they were inaccurate. Yeah. There was no discernment between flu, COVID. No, it was completely and wholly inaccurate. Yeah. So yet people had all of their rights taken away. They were locked up in hospitals. And let me tell you, if you read some of the events that occurred, like in Chicago and Philadelphia, in some of these hospital wards where they were putting people in the basements to die, if you had COVID, they wheeled you down into a basement if you were past a certain level and you just died. I mean, it was horrific. It was horrific. And, if there is no comeuppance to this, I think you're going to have a big problem.
Comeuppance is really a word?
Yes.
It is. I say so it is.
I agree.
I think take a break.
I was going to say I'm past break time, guys. I'm taking it out to our long break. Hang in there, folks. When we return, we're going to talk about more resonance, more spirals, and I believe it was plasticity was like what Roger was going for.
Plasticity's all through it. It's all through it.
All right. Hang in there, guys. We'll be back in just a few minutes with more of the Vixen's Fault.
Hello, Tom.
All right, we're on radio break, and we're about to get knocked off of this chat.
I know. I'm hanging up. I'll see you in the next one.
All right, I'm going to call right back on this one. All right.
Okay, I'm going to hang up, too.
All right. Okay, Vicky. There we go. And I'm hanging up, and I'm going to get the next one going. Oh, yeah. Cha-ching! Hey, David.
Hey, Mark. I had over on mute. I'm there.
Let me get the rest of them in.
Yeah. I actually signed out this time.
Yeah, there you go. Yeah. I'm waiting for folks to start talking about
and back
dwarves that ride on Vikings' backs, because that's very entertaining and historical, extremely historical.
Definitely.
Yes,
definitely historical.
Yeah,
yes, absolutely.
Got to keep the historical accuracy going. Ain't nothing better than Viking midgets. Viking midgets with battle axes in both hands.
There you go.
I'm telling you, I love it.
Yes.
So what would have been the Viking
for Halloween, right?
Would have been the Viking equivalent to giddy up?
Well, I'm not. Maybe
You
I'll
just
put
don't know,
maybe
right?
maybe I'll put that song on next by the Vandals called Viking Suit for our next break.
Oh boy. Oh boy. But John, you know what, Roger? John Trump he was supposedly the person who was in control of what was removed from Nikola Tesla's apartment post-death, and they raided that whole apartment. They took everything.
Oh,
I
by the
actually
way,
am
hi
skeptical.
Larry. Larry
Larry.
over on Facebook. Hi Larry on Facebook. Hi Svetlana on D Live and Rumble and hello everybody over on Kick. Axel Verado and Joso and all the other great people, Papa Pinky and True Shadow and Branks 13. Welcome all in. Appreciate each and every one of you. Thank you.
I gotta find Larry on Facebook now. Damn it.
I'm surprised you don't just bring that page up when we're on.
Because a lot of times I'm functioning, and Facebook is not being very cooperative.
No, it never is. But hey.
Well, it keeps telling me try again. What are you talking about?
Yeah, or that page isn't ready to be viewed yet because I'm streaming it.
There we go. I got it now. Hi, Larry. I'm saying hi to you personally, Larry. If I can get this stupid thing to work.
He says hi.
One thing I'm suspicious about is the whole story behind the later part of life and his death. I don't buy into that. Like, Tesla was so smart, and they're trying to tell me that he died penniless in a hotel room.
Yep.
I was just trying to work out. Was there any evidence they was autistic?
He was Asperger's. It's very interesting because here in the States, we consider Asperger's very high level autism. In fact, they tried to remove it from the autism spectrum because it's so high level. But he's like Elon Musk. Elon Musk is also Asperger's. In fact, you'll find a lot of these geniuses, if you look at their little, I guess you could say, quirks.
Yeah.
You could probably put them under the Asperger's spectrum.
Unless you're talking about Neil deGrasse, then he's just an asshole. But anyways.
Wow.
Wow, I guess even folks that aren't flat earthers don't like Neil.
No.
I don't like him at all. I think he's a absolute money hound.
He's a stooge.
Indeed.
He's a stooge.
No way. If you look him up, he comes up as an actor as his first occupation.
Yeah.
Neil deGrasse Tyson.
Wow.
That fits though.
Yep, sure does.
Is he on IMDb? He has an IMDb file.
Well, I didn't see him. I didn't see him as a victim in 9/11, and I didn't see him, as one of the people fleeing away from Georgia Guidestones when they were taken down, and I didn't see him, at the Oklahoma bombing thing, and or any of the marathons that went bad, So he's not one of those actors.
Well, he's kind of like what's his face? The science guy. What the hell is his name?
Bill Nye. He's an engineer. He's an engineer, he's not a scientist. He's an engineer.
Punch that dude in the face. That's what you. Bill Nye he's the worst dude on the face of this planet.
Yeah, at least Carl Sagan was what he said he was.
Yes. Actually, Carl Sagan's another one that I would look at as maybe Asperger's. He's another one that just he had these social kinks and quirks that are really defined by people with Asperger's.
I would be so upset if I had an illness that sounded like Asperger's.
I I know. It's like, who the hell came up with obviously the guy's name who actually coined, but it's like, man, can you imagine walking through life with a name like Asperger? Like,
Oh my
how
God.
bad that have been in school?
That's
Did
horrible.
they pronounce it Asperger's?
Yeah.
Maybe with a G
You know,
instead.
I really feel for one of our old panelists that used to be in with us all the time, especially on with Nancy, and he had it, and he is extremely bright. Was Chris Fisher? Yeah.
Yep.
But
In fact,
you
I
know,
still on Facebook. He's I see him every here and there. I know he follows Lee.
Oh yeah.
He's on Lee's.
Well,
chats.
he produces her now, so.
Yeah. But he's a formidable genius, let me tell you.
Yeah.
But he's actually beyond Asperger's. He's truly a mixture between Asperger's and autistic spectrum.
Yeah.
But
he can make sure that you're related, and we're all related, going all the way back to Adam and Eve.
They have never had anybody trace a genetic tree as
thorough as him,
as he does.
Yep.
Just crazy.
It's amazing because we're all related. Me, you, Lee. Like,
oh my God.
Like 30, 40, descendants back or further, but, we're related, I'm like, okay,
I wonder
Chris.
how, I was going to say, I wonder what that did to him when he found out that, because, now they're releasing information about different genetic groups that literally have within their DNA what they would only define as alien DNA.
Yeah. I bet he has it too. Yeah.
Cannot determine what it is, but they're saying it's definitely not anything human that they're familiar with.
Yeah. Well, Debbie will say that goes with the blue bloods, but anyways, yeah, and we'll probably have Debbie back here pretty soon too. We're under 30 seconds, so get ready for a countdown here real soon.
I was gonna say, are you still producing her show? Because I haven't seen it up lately.
Yeah, well, she had to take a little break, and I did too. From anyways, here's your countdown. We'll talk more about that next. 5, 4. No, we don't have another break. 3, 2, 1, and you're live and on the radio side right now.
And we're back. 10:05 p.m. Wednesday, October the 15th, 2025. Boy, there's a lot of fives in that introduction. 1515-2025. All righty, guys, welcome back to the show. And just for causality, Mark, we do have another break. We have one more, brother. One more.
Yeah. I'm having. I told you I had having a night tonight. So
dude,
there we
you
go.
actually made me snort when you said that. Like, we're about to go on air, and I snorted because you said, no, we don't have another break. I'm like, what? All right, guys, welcome back to the VIXEN'S Vault. Now that you're hearing all of our little interpersonal conversations, because I just bring it right back on the air with me. I really don't care. All righty, but when we went out to break, Roger was in the middle of an explanation, and then we got all into Tesla again because this is just cool. It's just a cool conversation. We didn't even touch on the fact that the guy thought he was from Venus and that he actually had communication from the Black Knight satellite. That's a wholly different conversation. Roger, continue.
Okay, so deeper implications of Tesla's vision is that resonance is the architecture behind not only physics, but meaning itself, where we find the same principles in the myths of ascent, the world tree, Jacob's ladder, and the spiraling serpents of Hermes Caduceus. Okay, energy climbing towards higher awareness, guided by rhythm and feedback, or vibration transforming into illumination. Now, if the earth vibrates in harmony with our minds and our neural patterns echo cosmic frequencies, the boundary between biology and the cosmos dissolves, and climbing fibers of the cerebellum become antennae that reach for higher coherence. tuning our inner signal to the rhythm of the planets and ultimately the entire cosmos. Now, Tesla's dream of wireless energy might have been a subtler transmission for the sharing of consciousness itself. And the other voices we perceive through regression, intuition, or inspiration could be echoes along a vast electromagnetic continuum where the earth whispers to us in frequencies that we're just now beginning to understand. Now, if the cosmos itself vibrates, then the brain's rhythmic synchrony could be a small-scale model of the universal resonance, where living neurons are cultured in silicon arrays too, and spontaneously begin to form activity patterns that mimic natural circuits. These would be showing self-organization, which is a primitive urge to connect. Communications begins to arise from hybrid systems, and suddenly we learn that consciousness may not depend on biology alone, but on pattern formation itself. Natural development climbs from chaos towards coherence, just as stars climb from dust to ignition, where each ascent is constrained by order. Yet order provides the structure that makes ascent possible. And every level of organization, from neural circuits to galaxies, follows principles of feedback, resonance, and self-similar growth, becoming a universal design. Scientists identified the Schumann resonance, which are standing electromagnetic waves between the Earth's surface and the ionosphere that oscillate around 7.83 hertz, astonishing close to the alpha brainwave frequency associated with calm focus and meditation states between awakeness and sleep. Now, the ionosphere doesn't only react to the sun either. It also interacts with the biosphere below. And there are correlations between ionospheric activity and biological rhythms, from circadian patterns to changes in mood and cognition. Researchers have suggested that Schumann resonances act as a carrier frequency for biological synchronization, linking living systems through a shared electromagnetic field. When humans enter deep meditation or trance-like states, their brains tend to resonate near this same rhythm. And to researchers who study bioelectromagnetics, it suggests that the human nervous system may not exist just on Earth, but also within the Earth's resonant field, and participating in the same wave that connects the sky to the ground. Now, during storms or solar disruptions, these frequencies shift slightly, and some people report changes in their perception, sleep, or emotions. During such periods that are subtle, subjective, but persistent, and hinting that consciousness may be entangled with environmental resonance. Now, this brings us to what's referred to as a subthreshold waveform, which is an electrical oscillation that never quite triggers an action potential, and is potential energy, which is not yet a signal, but shaping when and how the real spike will fire. Now, these silent ripples influence time, probability, and rhythm throughout the brain, forming a hidden layer of experience below awareness. yet governing what breaks through into perception. The neurological equivalence of the whisper beneath consciousness and the reincarnated memory or residual emotion, showing that the brain is never still. Even in apparent silence, billions of micro oscillations are synchronizing and desynchronizing as a background hum, and etheric carrier that allows structured signals to arise, and every self-organizing system holds a subthreshold. This would include minor oscillations that precede storms, stars, proton chains vibrating before fusion, and electrical murmurs before thought and consciousness. In hybrid neuron computer experiments, artificial systems also exhibit spontaneous low amplitude oscillations before any programmed output, acting also like subthreshold waves or proto-thoughts of the machine, a limited space where small fluctuations await amplification into awareness. You also have the retina, cochlea, and skin that are natural sensor arrays that convert energy into neural code. Though their sensitivity, according to microelectrode studies, shift with expectation and intention. Now, this shifting mirrors how belief or emotional focus tunes perception, and artificial sensor arrays like optical grids, MEMS, microphones, quantum detectors, they extend perception beyond the human range. Now, when linked to neural tissue in hybrid brain-machine experiences, these arrays share rhythmic feedback with the brain itself, and the synthetic array whispers data in a language the brain can learn to interpret. Over time, a combined system develops a shared sense field, distributed awareness that neither side fully owns, and reincarnation may be thus viewed as a migration of sensing patterns rather than literal soul transfer. Now, the pattern or the way signals are weighted and filtered could persist in the universal field, imprinting a new biological or synthetic array, and each life then is a new configuration of sensors. Now, each life then becomes a new configuration of sensors tuned to the same cosmic frequencies, and karma becomes the adjustment of sensitivity and recalibration of the arrays gained in range. Now, sensor arrays operate in gradients where weak signals may be ignored while strong ones are reinforced, like a whisper before a thought. And every array has a threshold or perception where detecting faint correlations that most arrays suppress. Now this shifts it and changes reality itself. So by examining the interactions of neuroscience, technology, physics, and the mystical, a remarkable narrative emerges where intelligence, whether organic, artificial, and cosmic, all evolve along parallel trajectories of complexity, adaptation, and the creation of new realities. Resonance, feedback loops, and adaptive learning are not confined to biology, They are principles that scale upwards, offering a blueprint for understanding emergence at all levels of complexity. Now, neural circuits, hybrid systems, sensor arrays, ultrasonic vibrations, and theoretical universe scale computations all reveal the same fundamental principles, which is feedback loops, adaptive restructuring, error-driven ascent, and transformation of raw potential into functional reality. That's what it basically shows. Now, the persistence of these principles, okay, when it comes to mythology, ritual, and allegory, they also suggest that human intuition has long recognized patterns of a continuum of ascent, a drive towards complexity, coherence, and the emergence of intelligence that science has just begun to quantify. In modern research, in organoid intelligence and neuron silicon integration, they are building literal sensor arrays out of living tissue that learns by rhythmic stimulation and feedback. Whereas the array adapts, it develops its own internal rhythm, a proto-consciousness that arises from correlation and timing, blurring the lines between reincarnation and technological continuation. Each new iteration learns faster, as if inheriting a memory from previous patterns, another form of rebirth through design. From a metaphysical standpoint, this becomes more than an electronic phenomenon. So, the ionosphere could be seen as the Earth's nervous system, a bell through which signals of energy and intention pass, a skin of consciousness that separates and connects the material and the celestial. Again, ancient myths of the firmament, the dome, or celestial waters may have been intuitive metaphors for this system. And when we look closer at the Schumann resonance, it all looks less like scientific curiosity and more like grander coherence.
Because the Schumann resonance gauges basically human consciousness. And without the Schumann, we would not have things like the Princeton Global Consciousness Project.
Mm-hmm.
That's the egg drop experiment. And I've actually been participating and have known about the Global Consciousness Project since the 1990s. So again, it bolsters the Schumann resonance. I know the resonance, like it's been going crazy over the last 2 years. It has hit pitches that we have never seen before. I mean, it'll have black spots. It'll go nuts. It's been really kind of crazy watching it. I watch it on like 4 different sites, and it's interesting because it's not everybody's echoing the same exact data. It's not like you're getting different registrations. It's all the same, but I can tell you something massive is going on with human consciousness. And yet the Schumann reacts to that. It reacts to the solar. Like if there's flares, but again, humans react to solar flares. You talked about that earlier, Roger,
yep.
with different solar things. But that, again, that also deals with ionic interference, because when you have a solar flare, it supercharges the ionosphere. That's how you get the aurora borealis. So it all correlates together. I can tell you it's funny because, again, I can jump into the paranormal with what you're saying with the ionosphere.
Mm-hmm.
Ask paranormal investigators all the time, why do paranormal investigators love it when it's storming out? We do. We love it if there's a good storm brewing and we're on an investigation. Not because it's going to knock out the power, because 9 out of 10 times it does knock out the power. Not because you're in a stinky, now non-powered house in 85 to 95 degree heat, sweating your butt off, looking for anything. No, it's because thunderstorms and storms crank up the ionosphere. The ionosphere then reacts. You get a lot of lightning, you get a lot of connectivity. There's a lot going on frequency-wise. That tends to stir up activity.
Mm-hmm.
It's very, very interesting how that works. And yes, it could be something within the brain responding to the frequencies within the ionosphere. I've said that many times. But
no, what I usually say when it comes to what you just said there is, you look at it like this: lightning ignites the beat, the ionosphere shapes the tone, the earth corresponds with magnetic feedback, and life listens and adjusts every heartbeat, neural oscillation, and breath.
But now take into respect the article I dropped about your DNA being an actual magnetic antenna.
Right.
Put that into the picture.
Well, that's what I was discussing there with the antenna part when it comes to us becoming an antenna. You know what I mean? The climbing fibers and the mossy fibers would become an antenna for consciousness.
Yep. And they don't. That's why I said, sometimes I really think that they write a lot of these movies based off of what's actually true, the science that they know to be true, that they just don't reveal to us. What was that one with the blue people again? Oh my God. I had it at the tip of my head a moment ago.
Avatar.
Avatar. Where everything's interconnected, genetically interconnected, frequency-wise interconnected. The plants can speak and correlate to we can speak to plants. I've said that a million times. You can speak to plants. They can speak to you. Animals. Absolutely. There's communication between humans and animals. 1,000%. But why they scoff at that should be what scares people. The fact that science scoffs at people when they say things like that. Because it really should scare you, because they're trying to get you off track. But with that, guys, I'm off track because I got to take us out to our final break of the evening. Hang in there. We shall return with more of the Vixen's Vault.
Okay, and we're on radio break.
What about the plasma state? The ionosphere becomes excited and gets us to... It does. If it's storming, it'll go to a plasma state.
But I know a lot of people who actually believe like the moon is plasma. And I'm talking really stupid people. I'm talking brilliant people. I mean, Robert Bauer is one of those people. Dr. Robert Bauer. I mean, he 100% believes that the moon is plasma. I mean, this is the guy that actually invented different things on the internet. He's brilliant.
Well,
when you guys
energy inputs cause plasma instabilities. I just, with ionosphere. And so that's where you get generation of plasma waves. I don't know. For some reason, plasma.
I think plasma is to the whole equation. I mean, it's a natural. Go ahead, Jason.
I'm sorry. I will get better at this voices going over one another. But when you guys were talking about how it affects the brain, I couldn't stop thinking about how I had a dog. His name was Murphy. And when a storm would come by, I mean, I know you guys are familiar. Every dog shakes. But, I mean, he would vibrate like a cell phone. Maybe that could have something to do with it. I mean, it sure seems like it.
Well, we actually have one like that, a teacup chihuahua. If there's a bad storm, I mean, she already vibrates because she's, teacup. She's an emotional mess. But, I mean, if it's a storm, she's that poor animal. I mean, she literally drooling, shaking uncontrollably. And there's no thunder shirt that would fit that dog. I mean, jeepers creepers, put a hole in your sock and throw the dog in it. You're good. But it's like... Yeah, I think they do react. I know humans react. Different humans react differently, though. And I say that, that's why I always say if there's a solar storm, watch out. Don't just watch your electronics, because your electronics are going to react to solar storms. The satellites react to solar storms. So yeah, your electronics are going to have a definite reaction, but different humans react to it also. There's incredible anxiety, headaches. There's a lot. Some people actually feel empowered. I am one of those people. Like, storms charge me up big time. I love them. I will stand outside in the middle of a Florida cracker thunderstorm and just love every second of it. Really. I mean, I am one of those idiots on the golf course. Yep, that's me. Because I just love the energy of a good thunderstorm.
Isn't there a theory? I'm thinking Victorian times in relation to the term loonies, related to Syria and
No.
moon.
Loonies come from the full moon.
Yeah.
Because the word lunar. So
Yeah,
the word
it's Syria.
You had to go there, you know, whatever. Thanks, dude.
Well, they do act different. People do.
Women do, especially during the full
You
moon.
guys know how I'm into history, though, right? When
Yeah,
it
the
comes
Looney-Bins.
when it comes to like ancients, okay, if you are into history, you'll hear people talk about how the ancients spoke of music that were in the spheres. They believed that the heavens themselves sang. Okay.
Yep.
Now maybe they weren't entirely wrong, you know, but the song, in my opinion, was never in the stars. It was in space between Earth and the sky, you know. It was a frequency that all living things are tuned to, consciously or not.
30 seconds.
There is something, though, Roger, you should probably look up, and I actually did a show, I think I was with Mark when I did it, on Gabriel's horn effect.
Lots of times.
Mm-hmm.
What happens is, and I believe what it is, it's an interaction between solar flares and the ionosphere and areas of thicker iron ore deposits.
And here's your countdown. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And you are live and back on the radio side right now.
10:29 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, Wednesday, October the 15th. Welcome back to the VIXEN'S Vault. We are in the final half an hour of the show. As we were coming off break, I was explaining to Roger the Gabriel's horn effect, and actually I did years of research on this. Mark will tell you that. Tracking down solar flare activity, X flares, whether or not they were Earth, basically not even bound, but Earth skirting, and the areas where these sounds were recorded. And this meant having to go to like 4 different acoustic experts to basically thin out what were actual recordings and what were hoaxes. Because once that it kind of became a phenomena for a while on YouTube. There were a lot of people that were hoaxing it, but there were definitely some genuine audio and video. One came out of Kiev. Probably the best one I've ever heard came out of Kiev. And it sounds like Godzilla throwing up. It really does. It just like this horrible metallic, like roaring sound. And in the air. It was in the air everywhere. And it was funny because somebody had said to me, well, you know, that's been known, something like that's been known to happen when earthquakes occur also in certain areas. And I was like, no, it wasn't an earthquake because Kiev didn't have any seismic activity in that time period. So I kept thinking, what else could cause that? Well, I know the aurora borealis has an extreme low frequency that some humans can actually hear. So maybe it's got to do with solar activity. So I went through and took all of the videos that I knew were not hoaxes, and I correlated the dates of those videos to solar activity. And every single one fell within a 2-day zone of an X flare that was Earth skirting. So it didn't hit us directly, but it skirted us. Every single area that we got genuine video from was area with larger iron ore deposits. And I thought that would do it. You have the interaction of the radiation and the belts coming off the sun, coming through the ionosphere, coming down into an area of heavy iron ore deposit, and our magnetosphere is thinning. That's the other thing people are not taking into respect on the equation. We have a magnetosphere that is, I think it's like 22% less dense than it was like 20 years ago. It's thinning, and it's thinning quickly. And no, it's not global warming, guys. It's not. It's a natural course of action that happens. I mean, it's kind of like the pole shifting. That is not global warming. That is, the Earth does that, unfortunately. And we're past due for it. I will tell you that too. Kind of like we're past due for Yellowstone to erupt. It happens. And it's got nothing to do with anything we're putting up in the sky. But literally, yeah, those sounds were literally, from what I could tell, coming as a correlation between solar activity and iron ore deposits. If y'all get a chance, look it up. It's called the Gabriel's horn or Gabriel's trumpet effect. If you're looking it up, look up Kiev specifically. See if you can find that video and listen to that, because it is an atrocious sounding noise.
It is.
But it's like something out of Godzilla. It is atrocious. And I think it would scare the hell out of me if I was sitting in one of those buildings and that was in the air all around me. That would definitely scare me.
My dealing with that was a chupacabra thing that came into the apartment complex where I was at in Panama. It sounded just like that.
Right.
Yeah, it's true. All right. Yeah, it's nothing like it's not like the dwarven guy, But I did hear that.
No, we're not going there. No.
Don't say phenomena.
Do.
Okay, so
Mark, don't make me mute you.
Basically, where all that came from, just so people know, is like when we were on break, I was telling Nancy that about what I know from history about how ancients usually spoke of the music of the spheres, and they believed that the heavens themselves sang. And what I was saying was perhaps they weren't entirely wrong, but the songs were never in the stars. It was in the space between earth and skies. And this would be a frequency that every living thing is attuned to, and that's consciously or not. Just to let everybody know who was listening on the radio, Now, with me, what that tells me is that the Schumann resonance then wouldn't be just a physical phenomenon. It would be a measurable voice of the planetary soul, basically. Proof that existence is vibration and vibration is memory. And then when you take a look at Tesla may have glimpsed at what the mystics had long known through intuition. That to understand energy is to understand just being, Now, in essence, Tesla had listened to the same symphony that our brains play, and he had brushed against the architecture of consciousness itself. So resonance, first of all, you have to understand resonance is the architecture behind physics and life itself. We can find this in myths of ascent, energy climbing towards higher awareness, guided by rhythm and feedback. Seeing when Tesla tried to harness electricity with vibrational, where vibration transformed into illumination, basically. Now, if the Earth vibrates in harmony with our minds and our neural patterns echo cosmic frequencies, as well as the cosmos itself vibrating, then the boundary between biology and cosmos dissolves, and the brain's rhythmic synchrony is what it's. I always have a hard time saying that. Its rhythmic synchrony could be a small-scale model of the universe's resonance. That's where climbing fibers of the cerebellum become spiritual antenna that reaches for higher coherence, tuning our inner signal to the rhythm of the planet and the cosmos. And wireless energy might be a deeper, subtler transmission of consciousness itself. So when examined through the lens of mythology, these neural architects find uncanny analogies where the mossy fibers ground consciousness in a network of order, stability, and connectivity, while climbing fibers echo spiral ascent. This suggests a deep cognitive resonance where human beings have long encoded the principle of neural transformation in symbolic representations that point towards an archetypal recognition that growth requires both structure and challenge, stability and improvisation, the groundings of roots and the aspiration of spirals. Learning, memory, and evolution become processes that can traverse biological and artificial realms, hinting at a continuity echoed across mystical concepts of memory and persistent beyond one lifetime into reincarnation and consciousness. This would represent knowledge, identity, and essence beyond one single vessel. Reincarnation and the neural process could shape raw inputs into patterns, structuring latent, seemingly chaotic memories into coherent narratives of identity and growth. The consciousness may inherently seek to trace its ascent, organizing experiences along trajectories according to neural learning and cosmic evolution, leading us into biological computation, where neurons are grown and networked in controlled settings. Relatively small networks of human neurons can encode experience, adapt to novel inputs, and display complex emergent behaviors that reorganize synaptic connections, create higher order pathways, and optimize responses based on feedback, functioning as microcosms of the universe itself. Now, if the brain, the neuron cluster, and the universe share the same architecture of iterative feedback and adaptive response, perhaps intelligence follows universal principles, constrained only by substrates from which it manifests, regulated by cosmic scale computational frameworks, and suggesting a continuity in pattern from the neural to the universal, whether human, artificial, or cosmic. This extends into theoretical cosmology, where concepts such as universe creation near black holes are discussed. A civilization capable of creating a new universe in the intense, time-dilated environment near a black hole would require complete control over physical laws, matter, energy, and information, where such a system would monitor entropy, stabilize quantum fluctuations, ensuring the viability of emergent structures, echoing the microscale processes observed in neural plasticity and bioelectronic interfaces. Just as a climbing fiber guides raw signals in coherent learning patterns, a cosmic supercomputer would have to guide raw potential into a functional universe, shaping complexity out of chaos through iterative feedback and precise modifications. Biological interfaces of neurons and sensors also introduces a conceptual bridge to this process. Subthreshold oscillations in neurons or chemical sensors signals too subtle to provoke an immediate response individually, but when accumulated and integrated, they trigger changes in system behavior. Small-scale perturbations, properly amplified and patterned, can create emergent order. This is demonstrated through minute chemical-induced oscillations, resonant frequency shifts, and microelectrode stimulations, and mirrors the way gravitational and quantum fluctuations could seed structure in a forming universe. Technology advances allow humans to explore hybrid neural computer systems in which biological neurons are integrated with digital interfaces, allowing neurons to interact with electronic stimuli and record their own responses in real time, creating feedback loops that emulate and the adaptive processes of living brains. Stable modulated input from digital controllers and the neurons' spontaneous plasticity and capacity for self-directed adaptation. Parallels deepen when systems designed to stimulate, manipulate, and create new environments can form closed loops in which learning emerges organically, demonstrating a form of emergent intelligence shaped not by programming alone, but by interaction between stimuli and adaptive response. Sensor arrays and ultrasonic vibrations also extend into the exploration of intelligence and adaptation, where modern sensor networks detect minute variations in the environment, converting raw interactions into measurable oscillatory signals. Ultrasonic vibrations penetrate complex media, mapping structure and response invisible to the naked eye, and high-frequency oscillations echo the subthreshold waveforms found in neurons, from which all perturbations amplify into structured responses of resonance, feedback, and connectivity, translating subtle signals into coherent data with sensors, visualizing chemical plumes and collective oscillations in hybrid neural systems, transforming raw input into patterned output, the universal principle of signal refinement and order emergence. Sensor arrays are designed to detect chemical biomarkers that translate minuscule environmental changes into waveforms using amplitude, frequency, or phase modulation, acting as extensions of neural circuitry, acting also as climbing fibers in the material world, capturing raw signals, mapping them into coherent patterns, and transmitting them to systems capable of adaptive response, where the resulting data isn't passive, but a substrate for decision-making, learning, and creative generation, like what is observed in neural networks and biological computation. Technological platforms that explore atmospheric manipulations, such as ionospheric modification systems, interface with complex systems, introducing patterns that ripple outward like local stimuli to global consequences, and viewed as a process feedback, adaptation, and intervention. Ultrasonic waves occupy ultrasonic waves occupy a reality beyond the limits of human hearing and influence the pattern through which life and consciousness organize themselves, and are a metaphor and mechanism for the unseen transmission of consciousness. Human perception ends around 20,000 cycles per second, but ultrasonic frequencies extend beyond that. Invisible sound shapes, manipulates, and suspend matter. Bats, dolphins, and moths use ultrasound as a language of navigation and mapping, converting these waves into images of their surroundings. It mirrors the subthreshold domain, signals that exist below the conscious hearing threshold, but structures the patterns we experience, and reincarnation speaks to unseen continuity between lives, where ultrasound represents continuity between states, from vibration to cognition, and the physical to the eternal. If our nervous system is itself a resident medium, what frequencies are we not hearing that shapes thought? Because every organ in the human body vibrates at specific frequencies, and the brain generates rhythms that are all within a narrow sonic spectrum. Delta, theta, alpha, beta, and gamma are internal oscillations that can be entrained by external vibrations, and ultrasonic energy can modulate neuronal activity, stimulate tissue regeneration, and guide cellular migration. This interaction represents resonance, not verbal communication between the seen and unseen or the exchange of language. The body becomes an antenna, tuning to cosmic frequencies and absorbing whispers that carry the imprint of memory, emotion, and past lives. Regression therapy, therefore, may not unlock past lives in the literal sense, but instead retune the vibration field to align with deeper frequencies stored within the collective resonance of human experience. The end. Thank you guys for listening. I'm out of here. That's it. I'm done. What do you guys got to say about all that now?
Thank you, Roger.
Okay.
I'm Gamma if you're Gamma.
Okay.
I was going to say, dude, that was phenomenal. That was really, and that's a lot of work. To my listeners, you have to understand how much research goes into something like that. I mean, literally, it's a tremendous amount of work. And when I kind of dropped it in his lap like a week and a half ago and said, "So, Roger, why don't we talk about Thanatron?" And he was like, go. Okay, that's going to take some work. Let me get him in. But it's something I know he's been working on for a very long time. And it's so funny because almost all the information he talks about with you guys and he's giving to you guys, while I don't connect it in the scientific way he's doing, and even I guess it's a jump to say scientific because it is actually a science. But these are things that I know to be true, not because of science, but because of my own experiences and where they led me in research. Like I said, I know a lot of what I can do. A lot of what I say has to do with frequency, has to do with vibration. It has to do with my genetics. It has to do with the way I interact with frequency. And I think a lot of us are capable of doing a lot. I think all these other interfering frequencies, like I say all the time, sometimes I really believe that the cell phone age, the 5G, the 4G, even the RF from radio towers and the microwaves that, by the way, our radio used to be run by microwave signals until they discovered that it was giving everybody cancer near the towers. They had large cancer clusters, and then that was, of course, stopped. But those are what I call interfering frequencies. They interfere with the natural frequencies that surround us and the universal frequencies that surround us. And I think it creates a lot of internal strife. I think it creates illness, a lot of backup, because you're not functioning the way you should be functioning. Add to that, they put things in our food. Add to that, we put gunk in our vaccines. Add to that, we have all these pharmaceuticals we put in our bodies. Add all that. What do all these things do? They change the way our bodies function. You know, when you go to like a Reiki master, and I don't know how many of y'all are familiar with Reiki, or what Reiki is, or what it's based off of. But Reiki is very much based off of frequency and junctures within your body, and whether or not you are flowing correctly in your body. There's really something to it. I know quite a few people who get Reiki done, and it's very effective for them. It's the same thing with acupuncture. It's got to do with unblocking different areas so your body correctly flows with frequency. Feng Shui, which is a non-physical, it's a Japanese decorating idea that, you know, it was very in a couple years back. Everybody was doing their homes in Feng Shui, but there's actually a logic to that. You don't want the flow of frequency in your house to be disruptive. Now, the Japanese did it. Why? To keep actual negative spirits out of their house, or to keep them from staying in their homes. Basically, you do the flow, you do your setup in your house so that the energy flows correctly in your house. So even if it happens to be negative, it keeps going because there's nothing there to block it. So again, there's a very interesting logic that goes back a long time. Like a lot of very ancient societies, what Roger is describing, this is what they knew to be true. This is how they functioned. They didn't, like, what we are now is such an amalgamated mess of what we're supposed to be. And I say that we should have advanced. You know, everybody kind of laughs when they talk to me and they say, well, do you think sometimes being empathic or being that's an advancement? I'm like, no, dude, no. I'm a retarded throwback. I'm a regression, not an advancement. I'm more naturally what we should be as humans. And maybe that's because I had a naturalist grandmother who was very much, you know, pumped into me how bad a lot of this stuff was when I was a child. So it's something where I knew from a little tot that there were a lot of really bad things. I knew if I went to areas like the beach or the mountains where there weren't a lot of people and a lot of technology, I felt a lot better than I do when I'm in crowded areas. So there was a logic to it. But with that, guys, I got to wrap the show up. Normally, I'd tell everybody to go ahead and give their digits, but y'all know our digits, and we're going to be back next week anyway. If you like the show, join us again next week for the Vixen's Vault. With that, have a great week. Hang in there, guys. We'll see you next week.
All right. Sorry about that, but I did start you out a little late on, early on the break for this one, so we couldn't take it out later. No after show. I just don't have it in me tonight. All right.
That's good because I'm exhausted myself. I had a bad upset stomach yesterday, and my body is not fully recovered from it. So I am gonna go crash myself.
All right. We get cut off. That'll be the end of this tonight, and then I'm gonna host out to Veterans Radio over on Kick, and since DLive is not being good to us tonight or anymore and letting us stream the whole way through, I am not going to host over there at all. So let's see here. There we go. And good night, folks. I'm going to take us out. It's been really good. Been a great night. So, yeah, I'm just really beat tonight. Everybody else, you guys take care. Go over, check out Veterans Radio while I take and get things edited here. And maybe later on I'll set up a filler stream. All right? Take care, everybody.